The Broken Chain. Written and narrated by Timothy J. R. Raines.
Chapter 22. Sir Gilkrist leaned on the gunwale, staring off into the starry horizon. It was the night after they'd escaped Zerai, and they were halfway across the Bay of Moramish. Tomorrow they'd land in Urlua. The ship's timbers creaked. Below, black water sloshed against the hull. Shadows shifted in the glow from the lantern hung over the cabin door, and up on the quarterdeck, the Codish helmsman called out in a lonely voice that there was a lady on deck. "Princess," said Sir Gilkrist, as Limfina joined him at the gunwale. "My lord?" "How is she?" "Asleep, finally. That will do her good. And the lemon helped, I think." "Does your highness not get seasick?" Limfina shook her head. He knew she preferred the open air. The captain might have given up his quarters for the sake of the ladies on board, but he'd not expected the princess would linger in such a cramped, enclosed space for any longer than she had to, for the same reason he refused to sleep in the ship's hold. Too many memories came creeping up in the dark. Memories of his voyage back from the islands of Samar. From Morua. They stared out over the dark waves for a moment. Then Princess Limfina turned around and leaned back against the rail. "So," she said, crossing her arms as she gave him a wry look, "it seems you and Hinkle have resolved your differences." He looked at her like he didn't know what she was talking about. "Please. We all saw you just before you got into the carriage. Master and servant, indeed." He blushed and looked quickly away out over the water. "It can never be." "Why? Because you're a lord and she's—" "Because she's taken an oath of chastity, and I am pledged to another." She jerked her head. "Pledged?" "Aye, to my cousin, Lady Isla. I was supposed to—" But she burst out laughing. "Lady Isla? Isla Igernell? Sir Gilkrist, are you mad? That girl's never seen the outside of a castle save to step into a gold-plated carriage." It was true. But he was fond of Isla. Or at least he had been. He'd visited every year growing up. His mother, when she'd been alive, used to jest about one day. He acted like it annoyed him, but it was the frequent subject of his daydreams. Then when they were older— "We used to write," he said. "She complained to me about the suitors her father had in mind for her, usually some old lord who'd already been married twice. It was in part, I think, to make me jealous. But also, I think she was afraid. She'd always tease me about how I wasn't important enough to marry her. But I think it was she whom that most vexed. Her letters got me through the war. At least at first. After a while, they started to make me homesick. Near the end, I couldn't bear to read them. It seemed like she was writing from another time. Another world of which I was no longer a part. After the war, I was knighted for my brave deeds. And I remember your father saying a man like me ought to have a wife, and that I should ask him for the hand of any eligible maiden I wished. I asked for Lady Isla, in part because I loved her, or thought I did, and in part because to me, she represented the way things had been before. But when I went to see her, I found I could not speak to her. I had nothing to say. And though she, of course, had much to say, all of it meant very little. She was the same girl I had always known. I was different. Less whole. He dug his fingertips into the railing. It was like coming home, to find I no longer fit into my life. And so all this time, you've been reluctant to marry her? Indeed. Well, I think it's pretty obvious where your true affections lie. As for Hinkle's vow of chastity, oaths can be broken, Sir Gilkrist. He snorted. What your highness is suggesting? Oh, I'm not suggesting anything. I'm simply stating the way things are. Did you know Hinkle's mother was a nun? He paused. Aye, Sister Meredith of the Order of Sacred Virgins. She belonged to Heroin's Heart Abbey, in the Basak Mountains. He shut his eyes. Of course. The lie she had told him. That lie about Kerstin. It was Hinkle's mother. No, he said. I had no idea. Indeed, I would never encourage Hinkle to break such an oath. But given that her identity is formed, that her very existence is based on forsaken vows, I should not be surprised if she did. And who are you or I to hold it against her? No, but I would hold it against myself. I will not be the reason she breaks faith with the Shaley. Then I'd say my lord has some explaining to do. And there it was. She was calling him out on his hypocrisy. But it was true. He was in turmoil. He was pushing Hinkle away, and with the purest of intentions, while at the same time he was pulling her in. But was it him pulling? Or was it some other invisible magnetic force? Some current of destiny drawing them together? I confess I am at odds with myself, he said. I wish to support her in her new vocation, to serve and uphold her as I serve and uphold your highness, to treat her with the purity and reverence one consecrated to such a calling deserves. And yet, I cannot deny what is in my heart. Lemphina's gaze flickered up to his. You're in love with her. Aye, that I am. He sighed. But you don't know how badly I have scorned her. You mentioned you treated her harshly. Harshly, yes. But more than that, I forced her to do things. Wicked things. She narrowed her eyes inquisitively. He dug his fingers into the rail. He was dangerously close to telling her. I understand your highness must be terribly curious about what I mean, but for Hinkle's sake, I can reveal no more. No, but of course. I will only say that I have apologized and sought her forgiveness, which she has refused. Perhaps it is too soon. Wounds take time to heal. But you have begun to make it right, and that's what matters. He looked grimly out over the dark waves. Indeed, he had begun to make it right. But there was still much more work ahead. Chapter 23. Hinkle woke up to pins and needles in her hand. She'd slept on it again. She turned over, opening and closing it and wiggling her fingers. Kerstin was still sitting up by the fire, gray blanket draped around her shoulders, pipe hanging from the corner of her mouth as she peered down her nose at a little book with worn, yellowed pages. She narrowed her eyes and scratched something down with a charcoal pencil. What are you doing? Her aunt slid her gaze toward her and looked back at her notes. Making the necessary preparations for what will surely be the final confrontation with the Grand Mage. Hinkle rolled her eyes and lay back down. She was still talking this way, like she and her broom were the last hope for humanity, like she was the bloody savior of the world. Just go to sleep, Kerstin. Can't yet. Have to finish this. You'll regret it in the morning. I have a mother, thank you. Hinkle rolled onto her side. She didn't think Kerstin meant it as a personal jab, but it still hurt. It hurt enough to remind her how little Kerstin cared about her. She shut her eyes, listening to the wind in the trees and grass, the fire crackling behind her, and the occasional scratching of her aunt's pencil. Somewhere in the woods, an owl hooted. "Kerstin?" Silence. "Kerstin?" "What, Hinkle?" "Would you really have left me in Castle Stalkogate?" Her aunt exhaled deeply, and the sweet, burning scent of pipe smoke filled the air. "You certainly seemed to think so." Hinkle made no reply, and there was a quiet hiss as Kerstin took a long drag on her pipe. "Frankly," she said, "I'm not sure what the point of asking me is when you intend to make up your own opinion. I mean, God, Hinkle, you practically decided as Shaley himself told you that's what my plan was. And fine. I guess you happened to be right. That was what I was going to do. But do you think I wanted to? I mean, do you think I wanted any of this? You're always playing the victim, Hinkle. But do you have any idea in the slightest what it's been like for me?" Hinkle rolled her eyes. "You make it sound like some terrible thing, hurting people you claim to care about, betraying them, leaving them to die." She sat up and turned toward her. "But I'm not convinced it matters to you all that much." Kerstin blew streams of smoke out her nostrils. "Does it make you feel better to think of me as such a villain? To think of you... Kerstin, you imprison people's souls in a broom. You sent me to Castle Stalkogate. And you just said, if you had it your way, you'd have left me there. Forever. You are a villain." Her aunt sucked her teeth and shook her head. "Hinkle, I'll remind you that you were the one who nearly murdered me. Because I thought you were going to murder me." "But I wasn't, was I?" "Well, you sure had me fooled." She held up her hand and showed her the fading mark burned into her palm. Kerstin shifted uncomfortably. "Aye. Well, did you ever think that was your own doing? I warned you not to pry into my business, because it was dangerous. For you, for everyone. You know enough now to see how that would be so. And yet, you and Sir Gilkrist, you forced me to do it, Hinkle. Not that any of it matters now. You're free, and don't think I'm not glad about it." "Are you, though? Is it so hard to believe that I take no pleasure in hurting you? I never wanted any of this. How many times do I have to say it?" "Talk is cheap, Kerstin." "Aye, so it is. Unless you're exposing someone's identity to an angry Princess Regent, at which point it might become quite costly for everyone involved. But I forgive you. Oh, and you're welcome, by the way, for maintaining the glamours all the while, and not pulling the rug out from under you, even though you'd just done it to me." Hinkle clenched her fists, her face flush with rage. "You couldn't have chosen a different alias? My mother!" "Well, Hinkle," said Kerstin coolly, "the best lies are all but true, and the similarities between my sister and I made it a natural fit and a suitable story. After all, my dear niece, you'd know. Or have you forgotten that little yarn you spun for his lordship about me? And I shouldn't have done that. But to say her name, to actually speak it aloud as your own, and while you're wearing her ring, while I'm right there." Kerstin casually eyed the ring on her finger, turning her hand from side to side. "You're being a bit dramatic." "Kerstin, do you have any idea how that made me feel? Pretending to be my dead mother? Don't you think I wish she was... Something flashed in Kerstin's eyes, and she lashed out with startling ferocity. That she was what, Hinkle? That she was here? That you could see her? That you could hug her and kiss her and tell her all about your problems? That she was alive and I was dead? That I was her? That I was your mother? Oh, does it make you jealous, Hinkle? For her memory? That I'm wearing Meredith's ring? Is that it? Those precious little memories of her singing you to sleep? Brushing your hair? Caring for you when you were sick? You know what my earliest memory is? My mother wailing in the mud while robed men dragged me off. You think you had it hard? Going a little hungry once in a while? The occasional beating and the stocks? That's unfortunate. But you got to have a mother. And when you died, you got to have my mother. You want to talk about jealousy? Your life was the life I was supposed to have. Kerstin, Oh, don't bother apologizing. 'Twas hardly your doing. No, I was going to say, I didn't know you felt that way. You must have been very sad and lonely. Ha! Spare me your pity, Hinkle, for the love of God. But whatever sorrows you might have experienced, said Hinkle slowly, almost trance-like, it does not justify the things you've done. You always speak as though you've never had any choice. Like you only did what you did to survive. For indeed I did, niece. But I'm not buying it. Hinkle's eyes flashed a colder blue. I think you love it. You love the power, the strength, the independence, the control. I watched you kill those guards back in Zerai. I saw how good you felt, like you were enjoying a fine wine after not having a drop in a while or some sick thing. Kerstin gnashed her teeth. I already explained myself to you. And that's just it, Kerstin. You'll always have an explanation. You'll always find a way to justify yourself. Because it's only for you. It doesn't matter how ludicrous it seems to everyone else, as long as you're satisfied. Because you only care about yourself. You can't see past saving your skin. Hinkle stood up from her bedroll, instinctively grabbing the silver spear as she towered over her aunt. I convinced Sir Gilkrist and Her Highness to help me break you from Pavienka's prison, because it was a Shayle's will. He has a purpose for you, but I can't imagine what. She tightened her grip on the spear, her brow knitting into a scowl. As far as I'm concerned, she snarled, you deserve whatever happens to you. Kerstin swallowed and lowered the pipe to her lap and stared blankly into the fire. I think, said Hinkle, the words coming out of her with grim resolve, in the morning you and I should go our separate ways. Her aunt looked up quickly. What? I mean it, Kerstin. Don't come to Castle Waz. Kerstin's eyes widened. Why, you were following me, remember? Hinkle shook her head. No, you were right. As the guardian of the silver spear, it's where I should be headed. You'll just cause mischief, like you always do. I cause mischief? Kerstin chuckled darkly. Fine. You don't want to go together? Have it your way. But it's still where I'm headed. You can't stop me. Hinkle stared at her sternly and shook her head. No, I can't. But someone like me shouldn't be traveling with someone like you. Her aunt looked her up and down in disgust. And just what the hell is that supposed to mean? Hinkle planted the butt of the silver spear in the ground next to her. You know well what it means. You're a nasty little brat. You know that? Fine. You can have the fire, Your Holiness. No, said Hinkle, packing up her blanket. You need the light more than I do. All right. Here we go. Goodbye, Kerstin. Yeah? Be that how you want to play it? Well, guess what, Hinkle? I'm taking the horse. It's stolen, after all, and you wouldn't want that weighing on your conscience, would you? Rotten little bitch! Hinkle winced at that, and nodded. Then she wrapped her blanket around her shoulders, and trudged into the dark, the silver spear unbearably cold in the palm of her hands, until the sound of her aunt's cursing faded into the night behind her. Chapter 24. The city of Erlua sprawled along the horizon. Gulls screeched overhead against a clear blue sky. Blue waves foamed. Ships crowded the sea off the bow. They had returned to Akos. Lemfina stood at the prow, watching the city coming into view, and breathed deep. Home at last, she said. My first glimpse of Akos in 3 years. Indeed, said Sir Gilkrist. I pray you do not leave it again too soon. The princess smiled. No, I think I should like to lounge about the palace for a while, lay in the gardens and feel the sun on my face, and hear the wind in the trees, smell the flowers, and then become very involved in court. Yes, he said, the kingdom shall be glad to have you back. He finished writing a message on a strip of paper and left the fore to hand it to the first mate. The man nodded and took it to the bridge, where he held up a mirror in the sun and began to signal to the shore. Harbor Master, Reubar, Korish merchant vessel, requesting permission to land. A moment later, a glinting light from the shore flickered back in response. Reubar, message received. State your business. Harbor Master, be advised. Among us are Sir Gilkrist of Lothalay and Princess Lemfina of Akos. There was a long pause, in which Sir Gilkrist held his breath. Finally the harbour master replied. Reubar, acknowledged. Stand by for instruction. Sir Gilkrist breathed a sigh of relief as the first mate nodded down from the bridge and the light on the shore began blinking directions for their mooring. He rejoined Lemfina at the prow. He was about to speak, but the princess looked back in surprise. My, she said, look who's emerged from the dark. Your Highness, said the courtesan weakly. She was still looking a little pale. You're sure you're all right, he said. Madame Guzela shook her head and raised a fist over her mouth. No, your lordship, but I heard we were landing soon, and I wanted to see the land that will be my new home for the first time. Sir Gilkrist grimaced as her eyes shot wide and she reached for the gunwale. He stepped back, certain she was about to hurl. She did not, and gradually straightened. There, she said. I'm fine, I think, for now. Perhaps another lemon, said the princess. Perhaps. Yes, thank you. And, Your Highness, may I take this opportunity to thank you for your kindness? One such as I is undeserving of the attention of a lady of your stature. Nonsense. If it wasn't for you, we'd still be trapped in the palace in Zerai, going under God only knows what sort of interrogation. Courtesan or not, we owe you our lives. The courtesan smiled meekly. Speaking of which, said the princess, what do you intend to do when we reach shore? You are a free woman now, and you can do whatever you like. And of course, as one to whom I am so indebted, I will assist you in making your new life in any way I can. However, know that there will always be a place for you in my service, if you so wish it. Above her veil he could see her blushing. Her blue eyes sparkled. Truly? But of course. I'm afraid I can't ever call you a lady-in-waiting, as the nobility would be in an uproar. but I'm sure we can find you a comfortable, dignified role in the palace, if you wish." "Your Highness does me too much honor. I accept, of course." "Splendid! Oh!" The color drained from the woman's face, and Sir Gilkrist instinctively reached out his hand as she suddenly clasped the rail and shot her fist back up to her mouth. "Are you all right?" he asked. The courtesan shook her head. "Sir Gilkrist," said the princess, "would you please help this woman back to her cabin?" "Indeed. Let's get you back inside," he said. The woman nodded, and he took her by the arm and slowly led her aftward. When he emerged from the cabin, the docks were in sight. There were many ships in the harbor. Erlua was the second largest port city in Akos, after the capital in Amarel, and due to its location on the northeast corner of the kingdom, on the Strait of Moramish, it was arguably the most important trade port, receiving vessels from both Karagol and Kudzir, and even ships from Steveria, who brought their goods to extra distance sometimes to get better returns. It was a bobbing forest of masts and ropes, and dinging bells, and sailcloth flapping in the wind. The first mate had come down on the main deck, and the Codish captain was shouting from the bridge to the sailors, who were climbing up in the rigging, and taking in cloth to reduce speed. The ship's boards creaked as he turned the helm, and took her in. There were dockhands on the quay, walking alongside them as they drifted into their mooring. One of them waved and shouted up, and the first mate shouted back and hurled a line over the side. There were others on the quay. Lady Cayley, Countess of Erlua, sat side-saddle on her horse, with a parasol resting on her shoulder. Surrounding her were an escort of 24 men-at-arms, with breastplates polished mirror-bright, and halberds and big floppy feathers sprouting from their gleaming helms. It seemed excessive, a guard of 24 men on her own dock. But, in his experience, the Countess of Erlua was one for excess, especially when it came to feasts. She was a frivolous, energetic woman, but you could tell that from the way she dressed. Always such extravagance, even for a countess. She seemed a bit off today, though. You would have expected her to greet them with an exuberant smile. Instead, her face was taut, worried. But he supposed the mother of a missing child wouldn't welcome them back with smiles, but with grim concern. The gangplank was lowered, and the first mate cupped his hand to his mouth and called out that they were ready to disembark. "Oh, I'm a little nervous," said Lymphina, looking up at him. In the aft, Madame Guzela emerged from the cabin, eager to get ashore. He looked back to the princess. "Why is that?" "Oh, I don't know, just... there'll be a lot of questions, to be sure." "To be sure. It will take time to come back." She watched him coolly, and he could see she knew exactly what he meant. He offered her his arm. "Shall we?" "Yes." She breathed and tipped up her chin with a royal air. He led her down the gangplank. He tried to think of something witty to say when he announced her, something heroic. But as they set foot on the quay, something just felt off. Lady Cayley's face tightened with deeper concern. Instead of coming up to greet them, her men moved forward. Cautiously. He could see on their faces the grave watchfulness, the alert. He let the princess's hand slip from his arm as he reached slowly for his hip. He knew exactly what this was. "Sir Gilkrist, what is—" "Your Highness, get behind me! What ho, Lady Cayley!" The Countess swallowed, her eyes wide with worry and horror. "Sir Gilkrist of Lothalay, we meet again. I only wish that—" She shook her head. "Seize him!" The guards clambered toward them, and Lymphina gasped as Sir Gilkrist drew his sword and stepped in front of her. "Lady Cayley," he snarled, "dare you molest the Princess of Akos?" "No, no, Sir Gilkrist," cried the Countess. "Please, I beseech you, come quietly. No one need die here. The ruse is up. I pray you surrender, for the love of God." "Lady Cayley, what is the meaning of this?" cried Lymphina. The guards were inching closer, halberds lowered as they closed in around them in a semicircle. Madame Guzela had shrunk back among the sailors, some of whom had already disboarded and stood at the back of the quay with their hands in the air. "Sir Gilkrist, don't do anything rash. Above all, please do not hurt the princess." He squinted. "Hurt the princess? I am delivering her to safety. Or so I thought." "Indeed," said Lymphina. "This knight is my champion. He risked all to save me from utmost peril. He is a hero. Now stand down your men in the name of the crown. There is no need for this." "I'm sorry, Your Highness," said Lady Cayley, "but I cannot do that. There is a warrant out for his arrest." Lymphina scoffed and put her hands on her hips. "Of course there bloody is. On what charges?" Desertion, he imagined. Yes, he'd expected some manner of repercussion upon his return. He rather hoped that returning the lost princess would make up for it, and that there would be a swift pardon. This did seem rather excessive. "For desertion and accessory to treason and witchcraft." His hair prickled. Treason? What devilry was this? Witchcraft, yes, indeed. Though how anyone might know. But treason? "That's preposterous," snorted Lymphina. "Who issued the warrant?" "Countess Poella," said Lady Cayley. "From Clom." A chill rushed up Sir Gilkrist's spine. Now it made sense. It had been her. She'd come to Clom as the strategist to oversee King Vashean's campaign, but had gone poking around in Kerstin's business, asking questions, conducting interviews, interrogations even. She'd discovered the spellbook, and she'd pieced together some of what happened. She'd developed a hypothesis, but hadn't quite gotten the entire picture. Still, if his old mistress wanted his arrest, it was better to cooperate now, rather than give reason to cast further suspicion upon himself, and the others involved. She was, after all. "Dame Tanith was my father's woman," snapped Lymphina. "She is responsible for more than half the atrocities in Samar. I don't trust her any more than I'd trust an angry cobra. Sir Gilkrist." "Is it only me you've come for, then?" he asked. "What will happen to the princess if I give myself up?" The princess glared at him in horror. "What? No, sir." Lady Cayley raised her chin, suddenly hopeful. "Yes, it's only you. We wish only to see the princess to safety. And the others, the sailors, will not be charged. They will be free to go." "No, Sir Gilkrist, I know what you're thinking. I order you not to stand down." Sir Gilkrist threw down his sword with a clang. "Lady Cayley," he said, moving slowly toward the Countess with his one hand held up, "I surrender into your custody." The Countess nodded grimly, and the guards moved in. He growled in pain as they seized him roughly, one of them gripping his broken arm. "Be careful," Lymphina yelled. "Can you not see he is wounded? An injury, I might add," she said acidly, as one of the guards led her toward Lady Cayley, where a groom waited with a riderless horse, "which he received executing my most daring rescue." "Did he indeed?" said the Countess. As Sir Gilkrist was taken past her, he could see the lines on her face through her white makeup. She looked tired. "I am sure your Highness has all manner of stories about your time away, but I and the kingdom are most glad to have you back. The king will be most pleased." "Relieved, you mean," said Lymphina, climbing into the saddle. "I cannot say he will be pleased to hear of the manner of my reception. Your Highness must understand, I have no say in this. The warrant was issued in the name of the king." "We shall see," said the princess sourly. "My maid and I will come to the palace. We shall bathe and eat and rest from our travels. Then I shall hear reports from your scribes of all the news while I was gone. And then I shall examine this warrant for my champion's arrest. Ugh! Iron bloody countess! Worry not, Sir Gilkrist," she called after him as the soldiers marched him up the quay. "I shall get to the bottom of this. Mark me." Sir Gilkrist stumbled over the bed of hay as the guards shoved him into his cell. The bars slammed shut behind him, echoing with foreboding finality. To the right was a barred window looking out onto the harbor. It let in the sounds of the docks and the smell of the salt air. He sat down against the wall. It seemed he had been heading toward this moment for a long time now. He was almost relieved. At last he would face justice. Not that he wasn't afraid of what might await him, but it was proof that there was at least some fairness in the world. Yes, this was a good thing. But then, if they had come for him, if he was an accessory to treason, they would come for Hinkle too. Fairness, justice in the world. She would be apprehended and condemned for what he made her do. It would all be found out. Oh yes, Dame Tanith would extract the truth out of him, and any others she deemed relevant to the case. And it would be whatever truth she wished. Whatever idea she had already formed and deemed to be the most plausible. And she was a cynical woman. It was too late for him. He was condemned. He was deserving of death, and he would not run from it any longer. He would meet his fate with open arms. But Hinkle? No, he would not see that happen to her. He would make sure of it. "Guard!" he called. "Guard!" The square-jawed jailer came sauntering down the corridor and shrugged against the bars, brow raised inquisitively. "What do you want?" Sir Gilkrist swallowed. Yes, he would do it. Yes, in a Shaylee's name, forgiven or not. For Hinkle's sake, he would do it. "I'd like a pen and parchment." Chapter 25. It was later in the day than he'd expected, nearly supper time. Shadows were growing long. The sun would set in a couple hours, and lines of men were just snaking into the camp. King Vashean clenched his fist, resisting the urge to scratch at the itching rash on the back of his hand as he ducked into the command tent. "Group!" Around the big map on the table, several dozen men stomped to attention. Candles burned here and there, casting lines and shadows on their grim faces. Some wore leather caps, others chain coifs. Most had scars. They were the battalion commanders. And some had just arrived with the new wave of reinforcements. "At ease," he said, and Squire Blatchford slunk in behind him as he made his way to where Lord Magnus and Sir Cranmer stood with Sir Pilvenor at the head of the table. "Good evening, gentlemen," he said, grinding his knuckles against the coarse wood of the table edge. "Good evening, Your Majesty," came their gruff reply. "I'm sure Sir Cranmer has given you some indication already of why you've been called to this meeting." Tonight we are going to take the castle on the hill. We shall attack it en masse, and without reservation or retreat. There are forces at work, very dark forces, and we find ourselves the sole obstacle in preventing their sinister scheme from unfolding.
He glanced around at the faces. They were watching him intently, some nodding, some shifting their eyes, some scowling slightly.
"I shall speak clearly," he said. "For those of you who do not know, the Grand Mage of Peril has murdered King Asnadul and kidnapped his daughter, now Queen Narankeri. He has proven himself to be the Devil's consort, a practitioner of the black arts. You have all seen or experienced or heard rumors of his necromancy. We have very strong reason to believe he has the Queen imprisoned in that castle. With them is Count Olgris Waziga, who I'm sure you've heard has escaped custody in Clom. Tonight is the night of the new moon. It is my belief that the Grand Mage intends to sacrifice the Queen tonight, when the sky is darkest and the forces of light are diminished. I will not hide his purpose from you. He intends to undo the seal of Morag and resurrect the demons of old."
There were some curses and murmuring from the men, and more than one man touched his forehead, lips, and heart. Sir Cranmer held up his hand to silence them.
"And so you see, if this is correct, then we must thwart him tonight, at all costs. Gentlemen, I tell you the truth. Not since the time of Morag has the world been in greater danger. But we are the heroine's children, warriors of faith, of good and light, with Ashale's help, who walks unseen among us. We shall prevail. Good shall prevail over evil. All will be well, my friends. Now, our battle plan. We are restructuring the field army into 2 battle groups. Those of you just coming into camp now may have heard the tragic fate of the priests of the Black Unit. Our enemy is cunning, devious, and has undermined our ability to protect ourselves against their sorceries. Because of this, we expect to meet heavy resistance from the Grand Mage's necromancers, counterattacking from the tree line, as they did yesterday morning."
He gestured to the map, where 3 little red blocks were positioned on the edge of the forest.
"Therefore, Battle Group A will act as a diversion force, to hold off the undead forces which will seek to harass and overwhelm our charging forces. Sir Cranmer will be commanding this group, which will be divided into 2 teams, primary and reserve."
He slid 2 green blocks out in front of the red ones, and tapped a 3rd green block held back at the camp location.
Battle Group B will be our main assault force, while Battle Group A engages the necromancers in the field. They will charge the breach and storm the castle. Now, this group will be divided into 3 waves. The first will be commanded by Sir Pilvenor, the Marshal of the Kerrigan army, who, as it is his queen in peril, has requested to be the first man through the breach. A request which I cannot refuse.
All eyes looked to the Kerrigan knight, who scowled grimly down at the battlefield map with his one eye. When the first wave begins to falter, he continued, I will lead the second wave to reinforce them. After that, Lord Magnus will lead in the third wave with all our remaining forces. He spread his hands on the table. Gentlemen, defeat is not an option. We must succeed at all costs. At all costs. Expect heavy losses. Some of you, perhaps many, or all of us in this tent will die in the coming hours. But with the Shayleys' help, we will overcome the enemy. I will now turn the meeting over to Sir Cranmer, who will distribute orders as to what part you and your battalions will play. The first wave attacks in 1 hour. Godspeed. Group! The men came to attention and saluted as King Vashean ducked out of the tent, Squire Blatchford at his shoulder. He wished Sir Brock was with him now. He could use his courage, his loyalty, and a grim determination. Your Majesty! Wait, Your Majesty! He turned to see Sir Pilvenor coming out of the tent after him. Sir Pilvenor? Your Majesty, I wanted to thank you for granting me this boon. He nodded solemnly, and the squire looked pensively between them. I just wanted to say it before things become too chaotic. It has been an honor to have stood next to you, however short a while it may have been. I will not forget our conversation from last night. Whatever happens, I shall be at peace. King Vashean smiled sadly. Whatever happens, I shall pray for you. I shall pray for us all. Bless you, Sir Pilvenor. Bless you, Your Majesty. The two clasped arms, and as they stared for a heavy moment into each other's eyes, King Vashean knew it would be the last time he would see him. This was farewell. The Kerrigan knight nodded gravely and stepped back, and turning sharply, strode off to where his comrades waited. King Vashean watched him for a moment longer before carrying on. Squire Blatchford, we must arm.
Yes, Your Majesty, said the squire, hurrying after. Your mail is ready like you asked. But I should also like to take this moment to thank Your Majesty. He smiled faintly and glanced at the young man from the corner of his eye.
For what, pray tell?
For allowing me to serve you, Your Majesty. The last few weeks have been the most exciting, the most exhilarating period of my life.
Is that so?
Aye, Your Majesty. I mean, squire to the king. But not just that. You've taken me on quests, with the army, by ship and land, journeying to other realms, to take part in your secret ambitions, taking the fight to the forces of evil, riding to the aid of ladies in distress, and now to battle.
Well, he said grimly, I will not accept your thanks for that.
No, I know, said Blatchford. All I meant is that, if in the next few hours I should be killed, dying at Your Majesty's side would be the most esteemed death I could wish for. King Vashean clenched his fist.
No, boy.
He stopped, turned toward him, and put his hand on his shoulder.
I believe you say that with good intentions. But I ask you, what would make dying next to the king nobler than the death of a man shot with an anonymous arrow, or of the many who died of disease in Samar, or the orphans who die in the street, unnoticed and unloved? He sighed. Death is the destiny of all men, Squire Blatchford. All men are equal beyond the grave. All are dust, and to dust we shall return. In the scope of eternity, it will not matter if you die now or later, or if you die fighting alongside the king, or of old age, or if you had died in childbirth. What matters is what comes after. What matters is the work of the one who died for us, who takes all the evil and sorrow and hopelessness and injustice of this world upon himself, and defeats it forever by the power of his blood, so that in the morning of the universe, true justice might be dispensed, and that like Morag, he might carry us into the heavenly realm of his eternal glory and bottomless mystery. Squire, if you die tonight, may it not be with thoughts of worldly glory and honor, but in the hope of the new tomorrow. And if you should live through this battle, live in that hope, and love as he loves.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Come now, he said, squeezing his arm. Let us arm ourselves for this ordeal.
They continued to where the men-at-arms had set up his tent, and a mud-splattered messenger leading his horse by the reins made way for them, snatching off his broad-brimmed hat and bowing as they passed. Your Majesty? King Vashean acknowledged him with a nod, noticing as the man made his way in the direction of the command tent that he carried a vellum scroll with a green wax seal. Chapter 26. Their boot clops filled the dungeon corridor as they strode toward the prisoner's cell, torches rustling in the dank air, casting long, eerie shadows on the damp stone walls. The hour was nigh. The ritual was about to begin, and the high priestess of the Olgris had called for the sacrifice. Nasty old hag. Queen Narankari looked up from where she sat, hugging her knees in the dark corner, as Olgris leered through the iron bars. Your Majesty. What do you want? She said. He nodded to one of his men, and she clamped her jaw shut, eyes darting between them, as his subordinate unlocked the cell. I'm afraid it's time for you to serve your purpose here. Fear ignited in her eyes, causing excitement to stir in his belly. Come now, he said. It will all be over soon. She rose, lifting her chin as though she were intent on meeting her fate with some semblance of dignity. She would soon depart with that sentiment. I must say, he said, you are the spitting image of your mother. It's almost alarming, like seeing a ghost. I cannot imagine what it is like for you looking upon me. To his annoyance, she maintained her composure. Olgris, you will not get away with this. He snorted. You're awfully cocky for someone about to go under the knife. You misunderstand. Even if you and the Grand Mage are successful now, no one gets away with anything. All evils, all wrongdoings, every dark deed done in secret is seen and known, and there will be a reckoning, if not in this life, then in the hereafter. His man started to move into the cell, but Olgris held up his hand and let her continue. You have somehow managed to delay this reckoning, she said. But I ask you, is it really a good thing? Seeing how you are spending what could arguably be called a second chance? If you were smart, you'd be righting wrongs and seeking forgiveness before the final judgment. Olgris swept in and snatched her by the chin, and her eyes went wide as he flashed his dagger from his belt. You shut your mouth! One of his men reached out his hand. Your Grace? Olgris ignored him, teasing Narankari under the chin with the point of his knife. I wonder if you know what's waiting for you up in the Great Hall, he snarled. The color drained from her face. There was no hiding that. He grinned sadistically. I wonder if your Majesty wouldn't prefer to take your time heading up there. Imagine the fun the four of us could have. He lowered the blade to her bosom. The three of us could take turns. Or we could all go at the same time. He felt his men exchange an uneasy glance. You know, I always wanted to do it with the Queen. I used to daydream about your mother while I was in jail. It was all I could think about was they were whipping me. Wonder if she was watching me. Enjoying it. Her face soured in disgust, and he leaned in closer, leering. I heard my sister was serving as your lady-in-waiting. Did she ever talk about me? Did she ever tell you what it was like, having me inside of her? He blinked as she spit in his face. You monster! He smiled. You know, he said, wiping his cheek, no one ever seems to think they're going to get what's coming to them. They always think the hand of good will intervene and save them at the final moment. Even as the blade comes swooping down, they refuse to accept their imminent demise. How long do you think you have, Your Majesty? What? Maybe an hour? But she held firm, staring him in the eye. I have made peace with my Maker, she said, and I am ready to meet him. The real question is how long do you have? Olgris felt a cold feeling in his guts, and he threw down his dagger and turned her around and forced her against a wall. Hold her! No! She screamed. She squirmed against him as he began pulling up her dress. Your Grace, said one of the men, reaching out, the fear evident in his voice. May I remind you that the Master has expressly forbidden that... Olgris struck him across the face. I know that, he said, backing off the shuddering queen. Don't you think I know that? Kerstin! He slicked back his hair and picked up his dagger from the floor. He knew all too well how important it was for the virginity of the sacrifice to remain intact. What a pity it would be if he just couldn't control himself, and the whole thing was ruined. What a shame. What a shame if this insane plan could never go ahead, if the forces of good prevailed, and everything remained exactly the way it was. Of course, the Master would make him pay. He straightened his tunic. Bring her along. He scowled and looked back. Just wait till your Majesty sees what's upstairs, he said quietly. You'll soon be wishing you had a few extra moments, even with me and my men. Princess Lymphina marched up to the grand oak doors of Lady Cayley's study, where 2 sentries with shining breastplates stood with halberds. Is she in there? I'm going in. The man on the right pushed open the door, but before he could announce her, she barged inside. I've heard the news, and I've read this warrant. It's a farce. I've just traveled across the land with all 3 of these persons, and I tell you these charges are ludicrous. Aye, the Witch of Clom deserves to hang, yes, but not for half the things Dame Tanith accuses her of. Defected Kerrigan knights, testifying under interrogation. Bah, that woman! You know what this is just as well as I do. Lady Cayley stood in front of the tall windows. It was nearly dusk, but the candles had not yet been lit in the palace. She was reading a vellum document in the dying light. She looked up when the princess entered, her face pale with worry, then glanced back down to the parchment. "Well, have you nothing to say? I demand you release my champion, or I swear you will feel the repercussions of this." I can't, Your Highness." Limfina frowned. "Why?" The Countess offered her the parchment. "Sir Gilkrist has signed his confession." It was dark in the great hall, save for the last pale light fading in the high windows. Low, murmuring voices echoed throughout the empty space, chanting voices uttering words he did not care to understand. Shadowy forms, black against the bluish gloom, loitered in a circular formation. The tables, chairs, everything had been removed. Drawn in chalk on the floor was a starry sigil, the magical key that would penetrate the spiritual veil and summon forces from the beyond. The sight of it made his hair stand on end. What mad fools they were, and what a mad fool he was to be aligned with them. Murder, rape, regicide, that was one thing. But this was insane. In the center of the key, where the lines intersected, was an empty space with a shape reminiscent of an 8-sided kite. The shape of a coffin. Now what lucky soul would get to lie down in there? A dark figure sauntered from the gloom toward them. A woman, naked, pale flesh sagging from her wiry limbs. A pointed black veil hid her face. At least she had that much decency. Though he had to admit, she was as alarming as ever. The Queen's defiance had since quieted. He could all but smell the fear off her, like it was seeping out her pores. To his surprise, he nearly stepped in front of her, as if to shield her from her fate. Pfft! What was wrong with him? "Bring the sacrifice here," said the veiled priestess, pointing with a gleaming sickle to a location in front of the chalk-drawn key. Olgris nodded, and his men stepped back, and he seized Narrated by the arm and led her toward 2 hooded figures who melted out of the shadows to meet them. The Queen began moving her lips in hushed, frantic whispers. He leaned in close so his lips brushed against her ear. "A word of advice, Your Majesty. If you must pray, do it in your head. Otherwise, she'll cut out your tongue." He half expected her to glare at him and ask what it mattered to him. But she went suddenly quiet, apparently grateful for this advice. He felt a chill as that dry, calloused voice swept through him from the shadows. "Ah, welcome, Your Majesty." The master floated out of the gloom, arms outstretched, black robe glistening with a nocturnal sheen. He was freshly groomed and shaven, silvery hair slicked neatly back, dark eyes glinting like flint in the torchlight. "Welcome to the eve of a new age." "You won't get away with this," croaked Narrated, as Astarte's minions took her by the wrists. The master's malevolent laughter filled the hall as he lunged at her, sneering wickedly. "Watch me." He began to laugh again as the hooded minions led her to the entrance of the key, and she gasped and whined in protest. Olgris did not laugh. He felt numb, solemn. He regretted he was a part of this. He hadn't had much choice, but he'd been feeling that a lot recently. Regret seemed to be ever since that night. Ever since King Vashean had knocked away Sir Gilkrist's blade. Since he'd leapt in front of him, arms spread wide, like he was trying to protect him. Him. Why? Why had he done that? The question frightened him. A light in the corner of his eye caught his attention, and he snapped his head toward the window where an orange glare lit up the sky. "Look there!" cried one of his men. "What in the devil is that?" Olgris frowned. He knew exactly what it was. He gripped his sword instinctively, bracing himself for the shuddering boom and screams from out in the ward. But he knew, even before he heard the faint rumble of thunder, that the castle was not coming under barrage. No, the glow was growing dimmer. Then he heard the quiet grumbling in the distance. But that must mean... He jerked his head to his men, then to Astarte and her minions, who paid no heed. Only the master was smiling wryly, glancing at him from the corner of his eye. There was the clambering of metal gear out in the corridor. "Your Grace! Your Grace!" A man-at-arms appeared in the great hall entrance with a look of horror on his face. "Your Grace! Excuse me! Captain Blaine urgently requests you on the battlements." Olgris sucked his teeth. "I'll be right there." He clicked his heels and bowed sharply. "Your Unholiness must—" But the master held up his hand. "Actually, Olgris, I've something I'd better show you." Olgris looked up. "You... now?" "Indeed." The Grand Mage waved dismissively. "You men may return to your posts. But you, my son," he grinned wickedly, "I want you to come with me." Olgris followed the master up the winding stairs to the tallest tower of the keep. "Are you not required in the ritual?" "No, my son," said the Grand Mage, who, despite appearing to float up the steps at a leisurely pace, was ascending quickly enough to force Olgris to take 3 steps at a time. "Astarte will be a while yet with our queen. When the hour is ripe, I will make my descent and join them. But for now, I want to show you what it is I have up my sleeve. Perhaps it will set your nerves at rest." The wind whistled in his ears as they came out into the tower. The spired roof was overhead. Through the westward window, the setting sun was a pink line on the horizon, and beyond that, the land was mostly dark. Olgris began to move toward the Louvre, eager to look down on the field below, but the Grand Mage held out his arm to prevent him. He had a start as he looked down. Like the great hall, there was a circular key or sigil drawn on the floor of the tower. But rather than chalk, this key was painted in blood. Olgris held up his torch, leaning in closer. "Is that it? Is that the spell you mentioned?" "It is." "Whose blood is that? The king's? Is it King Asnadul's blood?" "No, it is not the king's blood. It belonged to some children from Vasaka." Olgris frowned. It was one thing if he himself wanted to butcher the population of a village that belonged to him, but he supposed the master would do what he wished and take what he wished, and if Olgris protested, he would simply blast him into oblivion. The Grand Mage opened the collar of his cloak and fingered a vial around his neck. "This is the king's blood," he said. "Even so assured as I am of our triumph, I would never proceed without a fail-safe." A sudden blaze in the distance lit up the sky. 3 shadowy arms flung up in succession, casting 3 enormous fireballs high into the air. They sailed over the field, fiery tails trailing behind, and crashed into the dark with a burst of flame. Olgris whipped out his spyglass as he stepped around the master's key. The final glimpse of pink light glinted on the armor of soldiers in the field. Knights on horseback and infantry formed up facing the trees. The shadowy forms of many more men were advancing toward the castle. Yes, he saw what they were doing. But what concerned him were the trebuchets. His lip curled back as the dark arms swung up again and flung 3 more blazing orbs toward the forest. "They're bombarding the tree line!" He swung his spyglass toward the woods and refocused the lens. Black tree limbs were set ablaze. Fire swept through the forest. His forest. A growing unease swelled in his chest. This was going to prove problematic. If those necromancers were smart, they'd advance out now while they still could, before they were cut off from the field of battle and left the castle vulnerable to an attacking force of 30,000 men. He scanned the tree line. No sign of movement save the roaring flames. No hooded wizards howling and writhing in the inferno. No corpses lumbering through the trees, indifferent to their burning flesh. Where were they? He adjusted the lens. "What are they doing? Why aren't they attacking?" "Because they aren't there," said the master with a devious smirk. "May I direct your attention to the ward beneath us?" Olgris lowered his spyglass and leaned out over the edge of the window, his white hair fluttering in the wind. "What the devil?" A shadowy column was marching, or rather, lumbering out of the entrance of the keep across the ward. They were moving toward the gate in the inner curtain wall. There was some distant shouting, and Olgris saw 2 of his men running along the top of the wall to the gatehouse. Soon the portcullis began to rise, and the undead column resumed its march. You repositioned them." "Indeed," said the master. "I took some inspiration from your little mishap in Castle Clom. I trust you understand my plan." Olgris lifted the spyglass and examined the column. They were passing through the inner gate, but rather than leaving through the outer gate, they were wheeling left, passing in between the inner and outer walls toward the breach. He lowered the spyglass, beginning to laugh with glee. "Yes! Yes! Yes, they will attack the breach, thinking the necromancers are waiting there in the trees. Hence that force is there, waiting, pinned, just in case they are. But we'll be waiting. Oh, we'll be waiting." He clapped his hands. "Bravo, unholiness!" But his laughter quickly trailed off as he saw the master's lips spread into a wide grin, a dark look in his eye. "Yes, they will attack. And the first wave will meet with heavy resistance. And when they falter, the second wave will come. And that's when he'll come. Vashean. He'll leave Magnus in the rear command. Keep the greenhorn out of danger. Yes, he'll come with the second wave. And that, my son, is when I'll show the world what true power looks like. Behold, Vashean! Behold! The end is nigh!" The master's laughing rang out into the night, and Olgris shrank away, gripped with cold fear. He'd always thought this was a mad plan, a sort of rampage, an intricate killing spree which would eventually lose momentum, that the master would be discovered and apprehended. He'd never thought they'd make it this far. Now, however, he was terrified they might actually succeed. Chapter 27. 3 more fireballs arced up into the darkening sky, their glow spreading over the field, shining in the armor of Sir Cranmer and his men as they sailed toward the forest and crashed into the black trees, spewing bright flame. The first wave was in position, formed up facing the castle, perpendicular to Sir Cranmer's formation. The last sliver of pink sun glinted on their helms and mail. Somewhere at their head was Sir Pilvenor, ready at any moment to sound the charge. Up at the castle, all was swathed in shadow. The hill they would ascend was dark. The breach was a black, foreboding mass. The ramparts were untelling, dusky as the sky. King Vashean lowered his spyglass and took a deep breath. He sat in the saddle, Squire Blatchford on one side, Lord Magnus on the other. Several Igornell knights stood behind them next to their horses. He squinted at a speck of light waving back and forth near the head of Sir Pilvenor's formation.
"The first wave is in position. Sir Pilvenor awaits on your order."
"Yes, indeed," said the Count-in-Waiting, not fully disguising the nervousness in his voice. He turned to the knights behind him. "Signal the charge!" One of the men relayed the order, and an archer with a flaming arrow in his bow advanced to the crest of the hill. Squire Blatchford patted him quickly on the arm. "Your Majesty, look there! The Knight Commander!" A second spark of light was blinking off and on near the front of Sir Cranmer's formation.
"Just wait, Magnus."
The order to pause was given. The archer eased the tension on his bow and looked back tentatively. Lord Magnus watched Sir Cranmer signal intently for a moment. "He says, 'There is no sign of the enemy, but they are standing by.'" King Vashean winced and raised the spyglass, an uneasy feeling worming through his gut as he examined the trees once more. There was no movement, not one silhouette staggering against the blaze. It did not bode well. They had not yet begun their offensive, and already the enemy was acting in ways they had not predicted. Lord Magnus was staring at him. He could see in his face the young man was thinking the same. But they had little choice. They must send in the first wave, and make their next decision based on whatever they encountered. He nodded, and the Count-in-Waiting thrust out his hand. "Signal the charge!" The flaming arrow shot high up into the air, and King Vashean gave his horse the spurs and galloped away from Lord Magnus and his men to assume the head of the second wave, Squire Blatchford following close behind. The next barrage was unleashed from the trebuchets. The fiery glow showed Sir Pilvenor and the first wave beginning to move toward the base of the hill. They began their ascent like a glittering wave washing up against the cliffside. Then the glow dissipated as the flaming projectiles crashed into their target, and the first wave was engulfed in black. King Vashean watched uneasily, shifting impatiently in the saddle, the rash on the back of his hand itching intensely. Prayers raced through his mind as he waited eagerly for the trebuchets to load their next bombardment. The fiery light showed a glittering mass of men congested at the breach, but too early to tell what was happening.
"Formation, advance,"
he said dryly, and cracked the reins. Squire Blatchford turned in the saddle and hollered, "Formation, advance!" There was a great clamoring behind them as the infantry marched forward with the squeak of steel joints and the tinkling of mail, following King Vashean down the hill toward the trebuchets, where they would await the order to reinforce the first wave. As they reached their position near Sir Cranmer's formation, he called a halt. The tamping feet fell silent, and his heart went into his throat as a hushed roar reached his ears, a cacophony of screams and shouts. And as the next bombardment lit up the sky, he raised his spyglass. His skin prickled. Sir Pilvenor was being overwhelmed, and not by Olgris, not by any forces of the living, but by the living dead. He jerked his head toward the forest, now ablaze in many places. The enemy was not there. They were not waiting to rush out and waylay their assault force as they had expected. No, they had gathered between the inner and outer wall, positioned to ambush the attackers from both sides, as well as the ramparts. He'd sent Sir Pilvenor into a death trap. He snarled, hurling the spyglass on the ground. Clenching his teeth, he scratched vigorously at the back of his hand, nails raking over the agitated flesh until pus oozed from the cracks in the broken skin, until he bled. He squeezed his fist, savoring the pain and the sweet relief of satisfying that terrible itching. He exhaled slowly through his nostrils. He gripped the reins, knuckles turning white, a cold feeling washing through him as he leaned in toward the squire.
Blatchford, go to the trebuchet commander. Tell him to stop bombarding the forest and redirect his fire on the castle, on the inner curtain wall, right behind the breach.
The squire stared at him in horror. But, Your Majesty!
3 barrages. Then he is to cease all bombardments.
The squire nodded, then galloped off, and King Vashean summoned another soldier to his side, an older, grim-faced archer in a leather tunic and steel dome cap.
Take a message to Sir Cranmer. He is to forfeit his position and follow us up to the breach at once. He is to join us in the attack. Understood?
Aye, Your Majesty. As the man raced off into the dark, King Vashean set his jaw and slid his sword from the scabbard. He was answered by the scraping of many blades behind him. Then, after whispering a final prayer, he called out in a loud voice,
"Formation, advance!"
Sir Cranmer twisted sharply about as the man relayed the message. The king's forces were moving. He glanced reluctantly back to the tree line, mustaches twitching. There'd been no activity there, not like they'd expected. But if the king was ordering them right in behind him, it must not be going well. He drew his sword, stomach tight, breath shivering.
"All right, men. There is a change of plans. We are joining the king in the assault."
The men shouted behind him.
"Wolgwa," he shouted over the commotion. "Let his lordship know."
The Samaran threw up a salute and darted further out into the field with a lantern, and as Sir Cranmer ordered an about-face and passed through the ranks to the new front of the formation, Wolgwa signaled to the camp at the top of the hill. Magnus breathed out slowly as he peered through the spyglass. The little orange speck of light blinked on and off, and he squinted against the lens as he deciphered the signal code. The second wave was advancing toward the breach. Sir Cranmer was leaving his position to join them. Yes, he could see their black forms like swaths of shadow shifting across the dark blue fields. And there was King Vashean, moving up toward the castle. He lowered the spyglass as the trebuchets launched a new barrage, this time sending their flaming projectiles hurtling toward the castle, straight towards Sir Pilvenor's position. "The second wave's gone in," he said, waving his hand toward the field. "We'd better get down there and stand ready." One of his knights twisted in the saddle and shouted to the array of men behind them, "Formation, advance!" The Grand Mage chuckled wickedly as he leaned out over the sill of the tower window.
Yes. Come, Vashean. Bring your men all at once to be destroyed, to be negated, to be spoken out of existence."
His maniacal laughter rang out alarmingly, and Olgris inched away from him toward the tower stairs. He did not care to spend much time in the master's company, and that was when he was calm and collected. Now he rather feared to linger in his presence, and would accept any excuse to be away from him. Then, in quick succession, 3 fireballs came hurtling up from the field and crashed into the inner curtain wall with fiery explosions, lighting up the breach with an infernal glare. Flames lapped over the battlements, and in the furious glow he saw the bodies of his men strewn about below. "I am needed on the ramparts," he squeaked, much preferring the danger of being blasted off the wall to the master's mad reveling, and he scampered down the tower steps. The situation in the breach was dire. The undead were falling upon them from both sides. Arrows rained down from above. Rocks and cobbles pelted their helms and shoulders. First into the breach was a perilous task, a fool's errand, a job for a dead man. Sir Pilvenor fought with all his might. He cleft a skull, causing the animated corpse beneath to crumple lifeless. He pushed with his shield and drove the enemy back a foot, but he had only half swung his sword before they closed to the distance, pressing right up against him, brown-boned fingers clawing, raking, searching for eyes and throats. "Push them back," he shouted. "All together! Push! Strike!" Many of the dead fell to this unified effort, but many rose again and came at them with renewed vigor. "Hold the line! Don't let them between us! Keep tight!" They were holding. Barely. At any moment they would be overwhelmed, and they would lose what little ground the enemy had given them. The knight next to him squawked and slumped against him, a feathered bolt through her shoulder. He grimaced and pulled her in behind him, and let her slide to the ground against the back of his leg. "Next man!" he roared. "Next man up!" They were faltering. The next wave needed to come. Now. But nearly a third of his men were congested outside the wall. Even if they came this very second, King Vashean wouldn't be able to get in. What they needed was... A bright flash blinded him, and a loud clap sent his ears ringing and knocked him off his feet. When he blinked his one eye open, he was on his side. Fire was everywhere, yellow and bright. There was a huge black spot on the inner wall, where it had been smashed by... A huge chunk of stone, half the size of a man, sat between the inner and outer wall, covered in pitch, rustling and blazing furiously. Blackened bodies lay strewn all around, friend and foe. His own armor was black from the chest down. He could hardly move. There was a sickening screech. The dead were coming. More of them. He made a noise in his throat, but it came out as a quiet rasp. He crawled for his sword, but the blade was broken off near the hilt. He smiled grimly and thought of his queen, and the dead spilled over him like a wave. Chapter 28. The great hall was completely dark. What light there was came from the tall, high windows, an orangish glow, very faint and offering very little luminance, but casting many shadows. Shadows were what surrounded her now. Tall, hooded shadows, looming over her in a circle. Warlocks, necromancers, acolytes of the Grand Mage. They were chanting in a strange language in dry, menacing voices, which seemed to relish their sinister utterances. A firm hand pressed down on her shoulder. She shuddered at the touch, and for a moment resisted, but could not withstand that woman's wiry strength as she forced her to her knees in the center of the intricate sigil they had drawn on the floor of the great hall. Her heart was pounding, her skin crawling. She was breathing rapidly, and there was a sheen of cold sweat on her face. The chanting intensified, and so too did her sense of impending doom. Behind her, the veiled woman hissed, and Narrated groaned as she pawed her face and chin. She could feel her sweaty bare flesh against the back of her neck, smell her sharp stink as she reached down over her shoulders and began loosening the cords of her bodice. She cringed away in disgust and embarrassment as she exposed the upper portion of her chest, tracing her long-nailed fingers over her bare skin, hissing only the devil knew what in her mysterious language. Narrated gasped as the woman jerked suddenly away, and her eyes shot wide as she pointed at her with a cruel, crescent-shaped blade. She crept around to the front of the circle, crossing one foot over the other, stepping carefully between the lines, spitting foul names with such vehemence that her pale body pitched forward and the dark veil snapped away from her face with each unholy invocation. She recognized these sounds from some obscure part of her royal tutelage. They were the names of the Olgris. She was calling on the demons of old, calling them to witness and receive the blood sacrifice. Narrated watched the sickle-like blade with horrified fascination. In a moment, this woman was going to cut her open. She was going to tear her heart out of her chest. Then, who knew what then? Suddenly the woman stopped, and the chanting ceased, and the great hall was silent as the grave. Narrated held her breath. Slowly, the priestess raised her arms, and with great euphoria, the chanting resumed. This time, in plain Kerrigan. Selsuperhosh Gildines, Selsuperhosh Gildines, Selsuperhosh Gildines. Then once more the chanting stopped, and Narrated nearly jumped out of her skin as the woman shrieked. As her voice trailed off, cold darkness seemed to seep up through the flags of the great hall floor, overtaking the gentler darkness of the natural night. Narrated swallowed, trembling, no longer fixated on the crescent knife in the woman's hand, but on the ominous presence swelling in the west side of the hall. Olgris raced onto the battlements. In the yellowish glow, shadows of men moved about, shouting, raising crossbows, and pointing. He shielded his eyes, crouching low as someone shouted, "Incoming!" The sky brightened, and there was a loud rustling and a shuddering boom. Screams rang out, and a high-pitched ringing squealed in his ear. Charred forms of his men lay strewn about the battlements, but no more than a few. Most had already stood up from where they had sheltered behind the merlins, and were continuing to shoot down into the writhing squash of men below. "Captain! Captain!" One of his men looked up, eyes wired, a mad grin on his face. "Your Grace!" "Where is the captain?" He pointed further down the wall. "There, Your Grace!" Olgris shoved him aside and hurried along. "Captain! Captain Blaine!" There he was up ahead, leaning out over the parapet, crossbow to his shoulder. He let a bolt fly, then shoved the weapon toward his loader and took up a second, newly cocked one from his hands. "Captain!" Captain Blaine looked up, grey eyes wide with battle fervor. "Olgris, Your Grace!" He and the loader came to attention, to the extent his wounded leg enabled him, and threw up their hands in salute. Olgris returned the salute, standing tall despite another booming blast shaking the wall behind him. "Report!" "Aye. They sent a wave through, but the undead were waiting for them, and so were we. They're jammed up nicely, and we're making quick work of them." He grinned deviously, passing Olgris the crossbow. "It's a turkey shoot. It'll be fun for the next wave, climbing over their dead mates." Olgris raised the crossbow to his shoulder. "We'll see about that," he muttered. He took aim, squeezed up on the trigger, and was rewarded with a faint cry from below. "Our losses?" "We've suffered a handful of casualties from the bombardments, but not many. They'll have to stop soon. Their reinforcements are approaching." "Look," he said, pointing to the breach. "Here they come now." Olgris felt sick with dread as a new wave burst through the gap in the wall. At once he recognized the first among them, and a cold fear washed through him. Blaine gawked and pointed down. "Ho! Isn't that the king?" The captain took the empty crossbow from him and pressed the first into his hands. Olgris swallowed nervously and glanced down at King Vashean, waving his sword and shouting encouragement to his men. "I, guess it is." Blaine nodded vigorously, smiling proudly like a father whose son had just brought down his first deer. "Go on. Take him down, your lordship. Take him down. For the master." But even as these words were still leaving his tongue, Blaine's face turned pale with fear as a cruel voice like cracking thunder boomed out from above. The master was casting his spell. Olgris felt a surge of panic as he looked down at the men down in the breach, at the king, at the brave souls who were the last hope for the world. He suddenly wished he were down there instead of up on the wall, even though he knew what was about to happen. And yet, somehow it would be better. Better to be a part of the light instead of the dark, to be fighting for hope and life instead of snuffing it out, instead of living in fear of victory as much as defeat. No, more than defeat. If the master was successful, it would be far worse than if King Vashean overran them now and put every one of them to the sword. Yes, he was sure now. He had thought it often, perhaps in the back of his mind, but now he was openly admitting it to himself. Even if it meant his demise, which it almost certainly would. He desperately wanted King Vashean and the forces of good to triumph, for he felt somewhere deep inside himself that their victory would somehow set him free. But it was far too late for that. King Vashean fell upon the hordes of the living dead like a lion among jackals. He snarled and roared, sword flashing in the murderous blaze. All eyes were upon him, watching him for direction, concerned for his safety. He must fight harder than any of them. He must place himself in the greatest danger, for they would only give their all so long as he gave even more than his all. Tire a little, or show the slightest fear, and their courage would melt, and they would all flee. Suddenly they began to push forward with tremendous ease. The dead fell to their swords and axes like broken men. There was room to move. All resistance had disappeared. At first his heart soared with excitement. They were pushing through. They were beating the enemy back. Then his instincts blared, warning him with a sickening feeling that not all was well. He held out his arm. "Hold! Hold your ground!" The order was repeated down the line and echoed again somewhere behind him. Armor clinked. Men panted and spit, swaying swords and helms glinting in the firelight as they awaited his command. But Vashean's disconcertion only swelled all the more as the dead backed away into the shadows, hissing, rasping, bony feet shuffling and scraping over the hard dirt. Even the stones and arrows had ceased to rain down from the battlements. His father had once told him there was a critical moment in every battle that decided the outcome, that what took place before and afterwards, while not without consequence, did not compare to the necessity of properly navigating that very short but very key period of time. The ability to instinctively discern when this moment was and what it needed was the difference between leading your men to victory and feeding them to the crows. King Vashean's instincts told him they were on the brink of that moment. Whatever sinister design the Grand Mage had devised for them would now be made apparent. How they responded would determine the outcome of this battle, and ultimately, the fate of the world. There was a moment of quiet stillness, and it seemed the very night was holding its breath. His heart pounded in his ears as he watched, waited, feeling the growing unease of his men. His beard bristled as a blackness seeped out of the shadows toward them. An inky shadow was washing swiftly over the ground, like a black wave rushing into shore. Men cried out, turning and pushing back, but he stood his ground, frowning curiously. "Your Majesty!" Hands grabbed his arms and shoulders and pulled him back through the crush of men. Then there was a loud hiss, and the clattering of armor, followed by shouts of alarm. King Vashean jerked away from those attempting to pull him to safety and strained to see. Those at the front had not been able to push back in time. The ebbing shadow reached them, and the moment it touched them, they disintegrated into dust, and their armor crumpled to the ground without a body inside to frame it up. The shouts turned to screams as the others all pressed back to get away. A few went down, trampled by their comrades. King Vashean was knocked this way and that, swept back with the retreating mass. "Stop!" he roared, striving against them. "Hold your ground! We must hold!" But it was no use. They were broken, on the run. Those who had been pulling him away abandoned him, and King Vashean barely blinked before he was alone at the front, the tide of shadow creeping fast toward him. There was no escape now. He could not outrun it. He lowered his sword and prepared to meet his fate. The shadow was only a foot away. In seconds it would envelop him and turn him back to the dust. He shut his eyes and waited for it to come. But it did not come. He did not disintegrate. He felt neither cold, nor pain, nor numbness. He opened his eyes. Strangely, the shadow was receding, recoiling even, as if something was driving it back from whence it came. Behind him, men were murmuring in excitement and confusion. Over the commotion, he heard Blatchford calling out, "Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Look there!" Frowning, every muscle tense, King Vashean peered up at the battlements as he rose to his feet, before shoving his way back toward the breach, glancing more than once over his shoulder at the darkness into where the dead had retreated and not returned. Squire Blatchford stood in the gap in the broken wall, pointing at silvery light coming across the field toward them. King Vashean knew at once what it was, and a chill rushed into his cheeks as a great cheer erupted from the men. It was the silver spear of Morag. Chapter 29. The previous night. Hinkle. Hinkle. Hinkle looked around the foggy nothingness for the friendly voice calling to her. "Hinkle," he called again. "Hello," she replied. "Is someone there?" Something caught her eye, a bright light shimmering in the torpid mist. As soon as she tried to look at it, it vanished. Then, there! She saw it again. But again it vanished as soon as she tried to set her eyes on it. "Hello? Where are you? I can't find you." She had experienced this before. Whatever this was, a dream, a vision, it was not the first time she had seen it. Then out of the mist rode the night, the brilliant, sun-forged night on the snow-white stallion. She held up her hand to shield her face from his radiance. "You," she whispered, He turned in the saddle towards her. "Follow me," he said gently. "This way." She nodded and began to walk behind him. The fog began to clear away from the trees, and he led her up a grassy hill to a glade in the forest. Her heart began to sink as she saw the table covered in white linen with 4 silver plates around it and 4 violet cushions for 4 guests to comfortably recline. She recalled the disconcerting result of the last time she had been brought here. However, this time things ought to be different. This time she was the keeper of the silver spear of Morag. She looked down. Indeed, she was holding the silver spear in her hands. That was encouraging. Her mouth watered as she smelled the freshly baked bread slathered in yellow butter and gazed at the red wine in the crystal flagon and the exotic fruits glistening with dew. "Welcome, child," said the knight, and swung down from the saddle. He gestured for her to sit. "This is for me?" she asked tentatively. Even with the silver spear of Morag in her hands, the table seemed terribly immaculate, almost radiating with purity. The sight caused her to doubt her worthiness. "Yes, you are so very dear to us." Hinkle swallowed nervously. The unsettling familiarity caused her heart to thump in her chest. "Thank you," she whispered. "You are most welcome," said the knight. "But I'm afraid you'll have to wash up first before you sit down." Hinkle squeezed her eyes shut. She'd tried last time. Oh, she'd tried. She'd knelt before that silver basin and scrubbed and scrubbed. She'd washed viciously, clawing at the dirt and grime with her nails. But none of it had made a bit of difference. Indeed. She turned and found Sir Gilkrist the Kind stood at her side, hands tucked into the sleeves of his monk's habit. "Thou sought to wash thyself. But what is unclean cannot make what is unclean become clean. Darkness begets not light. Only light may beget light from darkness." He held out a hand toward the knight, who was kneeling by the basin with a towel spread out on his lap. To her surprise and fear, he had taken off his helm, but his head was bowed so she could not see his face. There was something about him, something about that auburn hair and humble posture that was intensely familiar. She thought, as soon as she set her eyes on him without his helm, that she recognized him immediately. Only his name could not reach the forefront of her mind, as though that thought was not permitted to rise to the surface of her consciousness. What she did know was that he was her better in every possible way, that the mud his horse might tread upon was worthier than her, that it should be her kneeling before the basin ready to wash his hands. Only he was clean as the morning sun, and she was the one who needed washing. His hands were held out, waiting, strong hands, which again she found familiar. "Please, sir," she said quietly, "I have tried before to wash myself, but I could not. Will you?" Sir Gilkrist nodded affirmingly, and the knight beckoned her closer. "Of course, dear one. Come nearer. Give me your hands." Hinkle looked into the basin. The water sparkled white, clean and pure as water from a mountain spring. She tried to see the knight's face in the reflection, but just as she caught a glimpse, the water rippled, distorting his appearance as he dipped his hands and poured water over her own, and began to rub and massage her wrists and palms. His hands were rough, but not coarse, and he was very gentle. His touch was warm. Warm the way a fire was warm. To her surprise, Her skin showed clean each time his hand passed over her own, as if by some magic, almost as if he was erasing the dirt from her by a wave of his hand. She felt fresh, almost vulnerable, like a baby's skin. The knight kept his head bowed the entire time, bobbing up and down as he worked, water sloshing in the basin. Then he took the towel from his lap and gently dabbed her hands. It was so soft, like a lamb. He bowed his head even lower as he finished. There, dear one. Now you are clean. There was a sadness in his voice, a sort of pain. Please join me at my table. Yes, thank you, she whispered. But as she turned, she could not help looking back. Who was he? Why did he seem so familiar? And why was the way he washed her so tender? What is clean hath made what is unclean clean again. Sir Gilkrist was suddenly before her, an inch from her face, staring into her eyes with utmost intensity. Knowest thou what hath been done? Thou hast been made clean. Thou hast been made clean. Thou hast not made thyself clean. Thy wrongdoings, thy evil thoughts and desires have been overlooked, forgiven. What hath been done hath not been done by thine own doing, but hath been done unto thou. Knowest thou what hath been done? Yes, I think so. And yet, it seemed it might take forever to understand. The fog was blowing back in through the forest, sweeping up the hill and shrouding the table in cloudy white. Sir Gilkrist backed away a step, and his visage began to fade, the swirling mist visible through his face, though he stared at her no less intensely. Then thou must keep this knowledge close to thine heart, for thou art the keeper of Morag's spear. What hath been done out of love, and at great cost. Bear then this to mind. I will, she said. I will. There was the sound of a strong wind blowing through the trees, and all was engulfed in mist. Hinkle snapped her eyes open, the faint chime of bells lingering in her ears. She was in the forest, where she had fallen asleep. The damp grass was matted down beneath her. It was the twilight of dawn, and a veil of fog hung over the forest floor. She sat up, her heart pounding as she considered the dream. What had been done unto her. She placed her hand on the silver spear. She had not been chosen because she was worthy. Far from it. She had been chosen despite being the lowest of the low. She had been purified, but not by anything she did herself. Her heart sank. The way she treated Kerstin. She felt a very strong sense that she needed to make this right. A gentle breeze through the woods brought with it a faint chime of the bells. An affirmation. I will, she said. But when Hinkle returned to the fire, only a black patch of ash remained. Her aunt was not to be found. She'd set out early. Perhaps she'd not even slept at all. Her heart pounded as she looked around and thought. She'd need water. If she didn't drink it herself, she'd need it for her horse. If she could find a stream or a brook, chances were she'd find Kerstin, or at least some sign of her. Hinkle tramped through the woods, wincing at the thought of their last encounter. Her aunt's curses echoed in her mind. She'd offended her, deeply. She hoped to catch a whiff of tobacco smoke on the damp morning air. Something that would assure her Kerstin was nearby, and that she was at least headed in the right direction. Her hopes rose as a faint rushing reached her ears. A waterfall. Her heart skipped, and she broke into a run, grass crunching, twigs snapping beneath her feet. "Kerstin! Kerstin!" The trees parted ahead, and the morning sun slanted down in yellow rays onto a gargling brook. To her left, the woods climbed a rocky slope from which a little waterfall came gushing down in several splashing torrents, casting up a wet mist, which caught the light in hues of pink and green and gold. On the other side of the brook, a horse was bending its neck to the water, ears twitching as it drank from the cool current. Next to the animal, partially hidden in the shade, was her aunt. "Kerstin!" Hinkle stared at her apathetically, blue eyes cool and hard, like she wasn't particularly surprised, like she didn't particularly care, like she didn't make a lick of difference one way or the other. But this was Kerstin's way of protecting herself, holding everyone at a distance, telling herself and everyone else that she didn't care, that they didn't matter. But what Hinkle saw now, as she stared at her aunt across the stream, was that it was a lie. She had never asked to be in the situation she was in, and was doing the best she could. Sometimes that meant sacrifices. Sometimes that meant hardening her heart to the people she cared about. Above all, it meant a life of loneliness that she'd never chosen. Hinkle realized that the second she'd arrived in Clom, she'd become a liability for her aunt, a weakness, a blind spot. Was she selfish and callous? Yes. But Hinkle felt now she could set herself aside and see it for what it really was. Her aunt in a desperate struggle against a rich and powerful foe, all on her own. She'd done whatever she could, and not just to win, but to survive. She could not hold it against her. Not really. "What do you want?" Kerstin shouted over the roar of the waterfall. "To apologize." Kerstin cupped her hand to her ear. "To what?" "I want to apologize to you." Kerstin shook her head and waved her over. "You'll have to come across." Hinkle sloshed into the stream and began wading toward her aunt, grunting as cold water spilled into her boots. She held the spear above the water, and its silvery reflection sparkled and shimmered in the current. She was shivering when she made it to the other side, and water poured off her dress as she climbed up onto the bank. Kerstin gazed down at her pitilessly. "Now, what do you want?" "I've come to apologize." Her aunt snorted. "I suppose I did take the horse, which I suppose leaves you with very little alternative." "No, it's not that. I was wrong to talk to you the way I did." Kerstin raised a brow. "Well, I just chalked that up to ignorance." "I'm sorry, Kerstin." "That's nice, Hinkle. Be that all? I've got to be going." She put her foot through the stirrup and swung herself up into the saddle. "No, it's not all. I also wanted to say, I forgive you." Kerstin sneered down at her. "For what?" "For sending me to Castle Stalcogade. For burning me with a candle. For ignoring me and leaving me alone. And for resenting me because of my mother." Kerstin looked away, frowning hard. There was a glimmer in her eye. Perhaps confusion or regret. That's certainly not how you felt last night. No, I thought I was better than you. But who is to say that I wouldn't have done things any differently if I had lived your life? I can't judge you, Kerstin. You've hurt me, yes. Do I think that some, perhaps many of the things you do are wrong? I do, yes. But I cannot judge you. Does this mean that if we somehow get through this, you will not attempt to hold me in custody? Hinkle sighed. It may be that you are made to answer for your crimes, but it will not be my doing. And if and when it comes to it, I will take no joy in your sentence. Well, that's something. Her aunt gazed out over the stream into the distance, as if in thought, then glanced down at her from the corner of her eye. Niece, I accept your apology, and I appreciate your profession of forgiveness. Now are you getting on? We've got a long ride ahead.
Chapter 30. A loud cheer went up from the men as the white horse carrying the two women came galloping up the road toward the castle, the sacred spear shining like a silver lantern. There were cries to open the outer gate to let them in, and the troops pressed the advance like men whose enemies were fleeing before them. The drawbridge was lowered and the portcullis raised, and the soldiers parted to let the women through. Kerstin, the Witch of Clom, sat in front with the reins, blue eyes squinting as she looked coldly about. He'd have words with her afterwards. Very important words, assuming they lived. But it was Hinkle who held King Vashean's interest. He couldn't help but smile as he saw her up there on that horse with the silver spear. She had changed since he had last seen her. She gained confidence, a resolve she had not had previously. Her face shone with it. She was no longer Sir Gilkrist's oppressed servant girl, no longer a victim. She had become a heroine. He turned back to the battlefront, to where the dead were reeling and recoiling, and the dread death shadow was retreating from the silver light, and waved his sword.
"Onward!" he roared. "Press the fight! Press on the fight!"
The men around him began to yell with newfound determination as they strove on, driving the enemy back against the wall. The tide of the battle had turned. That most critical moment had come, and they had won it. Victory was at hand. Almost. Arrows and stones still rained from the battlements of the inner curtain wall, now even more viciously than before. Men cried out as feathered bolts struck through the weak points in their armor. Surely now they would take the castle. But if the Grand Mage could accomplish his design before they could stop him... No, he mustn't think like that. He must keep faith. He must press on. Suddenly the din of battle faded away as he stared down at one of the fallen beneath him. Sir Pilvenor, face gray in the dim luminance, eyes shut in the sleep of death, a reminder of the sharp cost of their triumph. He breathed a long exhale and tightened the grip of his sword, waving onward yet again.
"Ladders! Bring the ladders!"
Count Olgris clutched the parapet with white knuckles as he stared in horror down at the scene below. Was that really? It was. It had to be. It had turned the undead. It had dispelled the Master's magic, his darkest sorcery. It was the silver spear of Morag, the bane of Salsabil and his unholy legions. And the girl on the horse. Yes, that was the Witch of Clom. He supposed he should not be surprised to find her here. But the blonde girl riding behind her, the one with the spear, it was the same girl he'd seen in Clom.
Panic overtook him at the thought that everything happening was all being orchestrated by some thing very much larger than himself. And yet, at the same time, it strangely relieved him. Perhaps, after all, the master would not succeed. King Vashean was below, shouting and waving his sword. His voice roared up over the commotion. The sound of it gave him chills, and he backed away from the crenels. No, he did not much relish the reckoning that would take place when he and his majesty came face to face. He had been gentle the first time, patient, merciful. He had come to him with honey. The second time, he knew deep within his soul, he'd come with sulphur. "Drop the portcullis!" he screamed. "Drop the portcullis!" He heard the echo further down the wall. Then a shadow moved in the gatehouse, and the iron gate came crashing down, crushing the undead that were still compacted beneath it. The corpse army of the necromancers was no longer marching toward the enemy, but massed in a slovenly line that proceeded out of the keep and across the ward. Those nearest the spear had collapsed. Those further back remained animated, but it seemed Astarte's minions had lost control of their soldiers. Now it was only Olgris and his men who defended the castle. He bit his lip and peered back over the wall. His heart thumped as he saw ladders being floated over the heads of the men below. 4, maybe 6. They could defend against that for a while. If only it wasn't for that girl and the silver spear. She had dismounted, and there was no sight of her or the witch. They'd made their dramatic appearance and inspired the men. Likely someone had been prudent enough to tell them to get off and find cover. What a target she'd make, that girl. What a pity that would be if she were to be shot dead just shortly after her arrival. How crestfallen would the enemy become? But it was not to be. No, everything was stacked against them now. Defeat was imminent. It was only a matter of time. But in that time, they'd make them pay dearly for every inch they took. "Every man to the ramparts!" he shouted. "We defend this wall with our lives! We'll fight to the last man! We'll show them how much fun it is to climb a siege ladder! Ver Hadi!" Squire Blatchford strained to glance back at the girl with the silver spear as the pushing mass of men carried him nearer to the wall. He didn't know her, but his heart soared with excitement as some of the troops around exclaimed it was Sir Gilkrist's girl, Hinkle, the mystic maid from Sweetwater. That name he knew. He'd heard about her, how she'd showed up in Clom and thwarted the Kerrigan advance, how she'd seen the Duke's door in a dream, which had let them take back Castle Clom and capture Count Olgris. He couldn't stop smiling. He felt a warmness in his chest. His skin was buzzing, tingling as he caught sight of her hunkering down behind a knight holding up a shield. Having her here at the front was like fighting alongside Morag herself. It uplifted his spirits. He could feel it from the others too, that fanatical excitement, like victory was imminent, and all because of her. He looked back at her again. He wished he could get a glimpse of her face, but her head was turned to the other woman, the black-haired one with all the dark makeup. He didn't much like the sight of her, and supposed she must be the Witch of Clom. She appeared to be making some snide remark to her as she struck a match and lit a pipe, puffs of smoke seeping from the sides of her mouth, while feathered bolts whizzed down among them. Then Hinkle turned ahead and glanced in his direction, and through the waving swords and bobbing steel helms, their eyes met. She was young. Younger than he'd expected. Younger than himself, and just as pretty as he'd imagined. She seemed innocent, vulnerable, perhaps even a bit scared, but set with deep resolve. Her eyes flicked away, and he didn't think she noticed him. And why would she? He was only but one of the hundreds of faces hidden behind a steel visor.
But that one look haunted him. For those blue eyes shot wide with concern and battle fervor, he felt he could do anything. He'd be a braver man than he'd ever been. "For Hinkle!" he cried. "For the Mystic Maid!" The others around him cheered his shout, and soon he found himself at the front, with the inner curtain wall only a foot away. A ladder was being brought overhead, and he reached up, letting his sword dangle from his wrist as he helped bring it to the front. Someone yelled to push it up, and then they were setting it in the ground and pushing it upward, the wood creaking as it swung steadily up, bending a little in the middle and slamming with a boom against the parapet. He could hear the shouts of the men up top preparing to meet them, and out of the corner of his eye he could see other ladders going up further along the wall. "Go on up! Go on up!" men were shouting. Blatchford did not catch on at first that they were meaning him, but he was right at the ladder's base, pressed tight against the rungs, with hands pushing him up and clapping him on the back. In the back of his mind, he wondered where was the king. He had gotten separated from him when Hinkle had arrived, and had lost sight of him. But there was nothing to be done about it now, and he could see men were climbing the other ladders. The thought of being the first over the wall unsettled him, but someone had to be first. He thought again of those blue eyes shimmering in the silver glow of Morag's spear, and began his ascent. He imagined her watching him brave the perilous climb. His heart soared. Tears of fervor sprung into his eyes as he made his way up, one rung at a time. "For Hinkle!" he cried. "For... Look out!" He glanced up just in time to see a stone the size of a man's head come sailing down off the wall. He ducked aside, but growled through his teeth as it bashed into his shoulder and bounced off down into the men below, landing with a thud and a crunch of metal, but no scream. He hissed as he clung to the ladder with his one good arm. The other hung stiffly at his side, broken at the shoulder. He was sure of it. "Keep on up! Keep going!" called the men beneath him, and it occurred to him he must either keep climbing or leap off and die. He breathed quick gasps and reached his broken arm to the next rung, snarling and whimpering as agony flashed in his brain. 1 rung. 2 rungs. He could do this. Yes. Yes! Nearly there. He gripped his sword as he prepared to reach the top. 2 more rungs. 1 more. "For Hinkle!" he shouted. "And the king!" Squire Blatchford reached the parapet. His heart stopped as through the crenel he saw the black and orange of a tunic of Waz. A cry ripped from his throat, and he stabbed with all his might. But his blade never reached his target. There was a flash of red, and the crunch of metal filled his ears as everything went dark. Captain Blaine wrenched the mace from the crumpled helm of the Acasian at the top of the ladder and stepped back, huffing as the body sagged to one side and went toppling off. The next man took his place, and he barked an oath as he swung his mace again. Then again, the second blow catching his foe on one side of the head and sent him spinning from the ladder with a wail of despair. 2 seconds to catch his breath before he dealt with the next one. He was trembling. It was hard work killing a man like this. Not just landing a blow, but landing a blow that would count against a man who was encased in metal. All you could do was pace yourself, kill one at a time, take a break when you could, and hope they'd lose their resolve and stop coming at you. Only they weren't going to stop. They were going to keep coming. There were thousands of them, and only 100 men on the wall. As soon as that girl showed up with that spear and disaffected the master's magic and the power of the necromancers, Captain Blaine knew he'd reached the end of his life. This was how he was going out. It was only a matter of time. He gritted his teeth, grunting and gasping for breath as he raised his mace and bashed the hell out of the next man up the ladder. Dark work, knowing you were about to die.
that you were about to be on the other side with the men you've just killed any minute, any second. It was almost pointless, really. He might as well just give up the ghost. Except Blaine didn't want to die. That black void terrified him. That emptiness. That nothingness. The still, cold silence of the grave. It was one thing to be born, when you hadn't been you yet, and then you came into being. It was another thing to have been you all along, and then not be you anymore. That there wouldn't be a you ever again. Blaine understood the Master's design. More than Astarte, more than Olgris. He wanted to go on living. He wanted to keep being Blaine. He'd hoped the Master would be successful, that he might achieve an immortality of sorts, and that if he proved himself a loyal enough servant, he might bestow immortality on himself as well. Then he wouldn't have to go through that dreaded doorway, into the dark. Blaine roared, beating furiously upon the next armored foe to reach the parapet. He did not want to die. He did not want to die. He'd fight for every extra minute, for every extra second. His leg burned, and something wet and sticky was filling his boot. He'd torn open that wound in his thigh. The man next to him went down with a scream, an arrow through his side. Blaine jerked his head and saw a Vashean spilling over the parapet, hacking at his comrades as they fell. Before he could cry for them to hold their position, the two men at his left rushed at them, scimitars raised, only to be shot through with arrows in swift succession. A shaggy-haired man with a bow strode over them toward him, blank-faced, eyes hidden beneath his dark bangs. He'd killed them both in such short. He'd never seen a man knock an arrow so rapidly. His eyes widened as the terrible archer slid several arrows at once from the quiver at his side. A cold feeling coursed through his veins. He turned in horror back to the ladder. Another man was near the top, roaring and waving a battle-axe. This was it. He was finished. Blaine raised his mace and let out a final desperate cry, but it was cut short as something struck the side of his head, and the dark doorway opened wide. Wolgwa muttered the count under his breath as he put a feathered shaft through another man. He moved across the ramparts, strumming his bow. Killing was easy as breathing. Inhale, knock an arrow to the string, draw it to your ear. Exhale, let it fly, reach for another. Each breath, another life snuffed out, another soul separated from body. It was a long time since he felt anything killing men. There was a time when he was younger, when he was part of the resistance, when he was driven by hatred and revenge. Now it was the same to him as sneezing or having a piss. He was numb to it all. He took down another foe and reached for the quiver at his side. Without even looking, he knew he was drawing his last few arrows. He shot them off nearly as quickly as he could count. Men in orange and black going stiff and crying out. Vasheans climbing over the parapet. They were going to take the ward, but it was a messy business, and they were losing many of their own. Sir Cranmer shouted behind him, giving voice to the thought in his mind.
Wolgwa! The gatehouse!
He nodded, cast his bow aside, and drew his curved sword. He darted across the wall and down the stairs, feet fluttering on the steps. He heard the shouts in Kerrigan as he sprinted across the ward. His skin buzzed as feathered bullets whizzed in his ear as they flitted down from the keep, thunking into the ground around him. He fought the instinctive urge to look up at the danger. There was no point. If a bolt was going to find him, seeing it wouldn't help. He ran full tilt, keeping his head low. He was nearly there. He threw himself into the big stone arch under the gatehouse. He paused a moment to catch his breath. His heart was pounding in his ears. He drew in a long inhale and breathed it slowly out. At peace, calm in the heat of battle. His back against the stone, he raised the flat of his saber to his nose and slid his gaze to the battlements of the keep. From that angle and distance, an archer with some skill might be able to place a shot through the arrow loops into the winch room. But he spied no shadows atop the keep. He frowned and glanced at the bullets stuck in the ground. They had not come from the keep, but from the opposite curtain wall. Perhaps in broad daylight, a highly skilled marksman might be able to make that shot, but in the dark, in the frenzy of battle, it posed no viable risk. With a final sigh, he turned and raced up the steps into the winch room, blade drawn back to his ear and pointed straight ahead. There were 2 Kerrigans at the arrow loops shooting down into the mass of Acacians. He slashed through the nearest before they even noticed him. The second squawked in surprise, fishing for his blade, but Wogwa doubled him over with a backhand swing and struck off his head. He whipped the blood off his sword and thrust it back into its sheath. Then he reset the gear mechanism and manned the crankshaft. He grunted with effort as he cranked it round and round, the heavy chains creaking and rattling as he slowly raised the portcullis. A cheer arose from outside. Suddenly he pitched forward as something struck him in the small of the back. He lost his footing and fell to his knees, breathing rapidly through pursed lips as he held fast to the crankshaft. How had they... He glanced down at the bodkin-tipped crossbow bolt protruding through his abdomen. He was gut-shot. Wogwa let out a slow sigh. That was it, then. He had counted his last man. Gritting his teeth, he hissed and grunted as he pulled himself to his feet. He could already hear the washing of the waves on the Samaran shore, the voices welcoming him home, voices of friends long gone. He turned the crank with a mighty growl, drool and blood sputtering down his chin. He turned it again, and mustered his strength to turn it once more, but rocked forward as something struck the back of his neck. He choked, gargled, and reached a hand to his throat. He felt a sharp point soaked in his hot blood. He chuckled, a bubbly, sickly noise. He had underestimated someone. Rasping for breath, Wogwa stood tall. Blood trickled down his front. This last exertion would undo him. And with a pitiful groan, the light dimming in his eyes, the Samaran spent his final ounce of strength, turning the crankshaft a final time. Olgris lowered the crossbow from his shoulder with a sneer. "That's for Blaine," he said, as he watched the shadow in the gatehouse sag out of sight. He put his foot through the stirrup, pulled up on the bowstring until it was locked in place, then set a new bolt to the groove. He sucked his teeth. He'd killed his man before he could raise the portcullis halfway, but the Acacians were making it count. They were all working together, literally propping up the iron grate upon their shoulders, while the others brought planks to hoist it up. This was it, then. They were finished. The castle had fallen. From the corner of his eye, an Acacian came roaring at him, axe wound back. Olgris pivoted, whipped his scimitar from the scabbard, and lunged, sliding the tip of his saber straight through the slit of the man's helm. His foe stopped abruptly, limbs going limp as dark blood oozed down Olgris's blade. He wrenched it free, scowling as the man slumped to his knees and toppled off the wall. Pissant! He glowered back to the gatehouse, his heart jumping into his throat. There was that girl with the silver spear, coming through with the Acacians, and King Vashean was next to her. Trembling, Olgris dropped to his knees and raised the crossbow to his shoulder. He had a clear shot at either one of them, maybe both if he was fast enough. He trained his sights on the girl, then the king. Who to take first? That girl. She had thwarted the master's magic. Ever since her arrival, everything had gone awry. Perhaps if he killed her now. He gulped and breathed out slow, fingers twitching on the trigger. He'd kill her. He'd put a bolt through her heart. Maybe then the master could. No. No! Hang the master and his insane plans. If someone was going to put an end to his ludicrous schemes, who was he to stop them? Olgris threw the crossbow aside. He'd had enough of this. The master was finished. To hell with all of this. He only cared about one thing now. One thing. Getting out alive. Chapter 31. Zildok Nassar clutched at the hem of his robes as he hurried down the tower steps with a lantern. The night was not playing out according to his design. Not in the least. He had failed to account for the sudden appearance of the silver spear of Morag. The concept nearly made him laugh out loud. The ridiculousness of it. Who could have predicted such a thing? However, while it might be impossible to account for every far-fetched scenario, he had numerous fail-safes. They would not be able to complete the ritual tonight, and that was a shame. But they would fall back, regroup, and try again at an opportune time. "Astarte!" he shouted, as he half-walked, half-ran through the corridors of the keep, the orange light of his lantern swelling on the stone walls. The low drone of chanting voices echoed through the castle. "Astarte!" He shoved the heavy doors open with a grunt and barged into the great hall. A dozen dark-robed figures in pointed hoods looked up. Queen Narrated glared at him wide-eyed from where she knelt in the center of the circle. Behind her, the priestess was hunched over her shoulder, sickle pressed under her throat. "Astarte!" he roared. "Enough! Enough of this! Stop the ritual!" The Okari priestess snatched the veil off her head. "What is the meaning of this? Can you not hold them at bay for just a little—" "No. No! They're about to take the keep." Just as he said it, there was a disconcerting boom on the keep doors that caused the several orange and black-clad men-at-arms to reel back, then press up against it again. Astarte stared at him with wide eyes. "You mean—" "Yes. Go. We must leave at once." The old witch hissed a curse, then whipped her head at the necromancers. "You heard him. You know what to do." From her knees, Narrated was staring intently between them, her eyes filling with desperate hope. Oh, if it didn't make him want to puke. "Where's Olgris?" Astarte shook her head. "Never mind. Prepare the teleportation spell." He hurried into the great hall and grabbed the queen by the arm, causing her to yelp as he hauled her to her feet. "And you, your majesty, are coming with me." But as she stared out of the hall toward the doors of the keep, another boom caused the men-at-arms to reel and shout, and a frightening confidence came over her, a confidence which reminded him of her mother. She turned back to him, her face suddenly red with anger. Seeing what was happening, he flinched and began to raise his hand, but not quickly enough. He squawked as she punched him square in the face, and suddenly she was flying across the hall toward the entrance of the keep. "No! Stop her!" he cried, clutching his bloody nose. "Quickly, apprehend her!" screeched Astarte, donning a shiny black robe. But Narrated did not get far. She let out a scream as a tall, broad-shouldered necromancer overtook her and swung a scimitar up to her throat. A second warlock joined him, snatching her by the arm and crossing his own scimitar over the blade of the first. Zildok huffed and slicked back his hair, shaking his head.
Go. To your positions. Now! I'll see if I can't buy you some time.
As Astarte and her necromancers scurried out of the hall, he approached the queen from behind and seized a handful of her hair and tugged her head back towards him.
You want to see him, do you? He hissed, his lips moving against her ear. You want to see Vashean coming to your rescue. Just watch. Watch what happens.
Hinkle stood on her tiptoes, straining to see over the man in front as the soldiers on the steps slammed their battering ram into the keep doors. To her right, Kerstin was smoking anxiously, hardly able to keep still, practically jumping up and down with anticipation. To her left was King Vashean himself. He smiled down at her, sword in hand. She nodded sheepishly. In the heat of the battle, they hadn't yet spoken, but she was glad he was there. He smiled again and leaned in toward her.
I'm sure you've got quite a story, he shouted over the yelling men and booming ram. I expect to hear all about it. After the battle.
She nodded again, but then had a dark thought. Anything could happen in a battle like this. Even someone like King Vashean could. She should tell him about Lymphina. If he died without knowing... Your Majesty!
Yes, what is it?
She wasn't sure why, but her heart was pounding. There's something I must tell you that can't wait. It's about your... There was a loud crash, and then a cheer as the ram bashed through the door. Swords flashed in the torchlight, and screams rang out, and the Acacians pushed inside the keep.
Hold that thought,
said King Vashean, squeezing ahead through the men. Hinkle had a sinking feeling, and exchanged a look with Kerstin, whose face was blank and worried. Suddenly a dry, grating voice blasted out from inside the keep. Stop! Nobody move! Everyone froze, and for a moment all was still. The only movement was Kerstin tapping the ash out of her pipe, brow knitting into a frown. Then two robed figures emerged from the blackness within the keep, faces hidden beneath their pointed hoods. They held a woman between them, their scimitars poised crosswise at her throat. Her hair was disheveled. Her eyes were wide and bloodshot, but she showed no fear. Vashean, she cried, don't listen to him! She yelped as her head jerked back, and the voice came again, resounding cruelly from the shadows. Lay down your arms and surrender, now, or I tell you truly, Vashean, you will see this woman's blood. King Vashean's sword clattered to the ground, and Hinkle held her breath as he raised his hands.
Nassar, I beseech you, whatever violence you intend to do to Her Majesty, I pray you do it to me instead. I offer myself as a willing sacrifice.
No, cried narrated. No, you don't know what you are saying. There was a dry chuckling from the keep. Kerstin shook her head and tucked her hand into her satchel. Excuse me, she hissed, pushing her way forward.
Vashean, came the voice again, with mocking laughter. You are always in such a hurry to die. Well, come on then, martyr, if you want to make a trade. Your life for hers.
Hinkle's heart was pounding as King Vashean slowly approached the steps, arms spread. Narrated glared down at him frantically from the corner of her eye. The men began to moan and protest, as their king began to ascend toward the shadow.
Yes, carefully now, not too fast.
When he was about halfway up the steps, the hooded men withdrew a little further into the shadows, causing some of the men to shout. Vashean quickly silenced them with his hand.
Yes, you keep them back there. Then we'll move a little further back in here. And you'll come to meet us, alone, out of reach of your men. "And you'll let her go?" said the king sternly, continuing his slow ascent. "You have my word." Hinkle shook her head angrily. That was like a fox telling a hen to climb inside his mouth and trust he wouldn't eat her. He knew. Obviously he knew. Yet he was so quick to bargain with his own life. Suddenly there was a black stream of movement. Kerstin barged out of the ranks behind the king, who whirled around with a look of horror, arm outstretched to stop her. But she paid him no heed. Darting up the steps, she whipped her hand from her satchel, throwing 2 small squares of parchment into the air, and shouted something indiscernible. Either, "Enough of this!" or some words to a spell. Then a word she did recognize. "Aldrinari!" screeched her aunt, thrusting with her broom like a jousting knight. "Aldrinari!" The hooded men burst into flames like they'd been doused in oil. They dropped their scimitars and flailed their hands, shrieking. Kerstin had already produced another parchment, evidently for the Grand Mage, but as she threw it up, Narrated, no longer detained by her captors, rushed toward King Vashean and the safety of his men. "Wait! No! Get out of my bloody way!" But the queen ran straight across her path, blocking her spell. As this happened, Hinkle caught sight of a dim face in the shadows, gray eyes wide and glinting in the torchlight. Then he retreated into the darkness, and was gone. Kerstin snatched the parchment out of the air and scowled at the queen, then took off into the keep. "Wait! Just wait!" said King Vashean, as some of the men moved to go after her. "Oh, Vashean," wailed Narrated as the king hugged her against his chest. "I should have listened to you. I should have listened." "Never you mind," he said gently, spreading his cloak around her, stroking her hair and kissing her head. "You're safe now. We'll take you back to your sister, but we must get you away from here. Sir Cranmer, will you please take Her Majesty to Lord Magnus in the rear?" As Queen Narrated was led away, the king beckoned Hinkle to his side. "I fear, young maiden, that from here you and I must take the lead. Are you ready?" Hinkle looked up at him, gripping the silver spear confidently in her hands. "I am, your majesty." He peered grimly up the steps into the darkness of the keep, as a gust of wind howled around them. "Very well. Then come. We shall proceed to the final stage of the battle." Chapter 32. Hinkle followed King Vashean into the keep, muscles tensed, the spear lighting the dark corridors with its silvery glow. The king, too, seemed primed for action. His jaw set firm, his sword held out to contend with whoever might dare to beset upon them. Behind them, the soldiers were carrying out a more thorough sweep, moving from room to room and signaling to each other with their hands. It felt very stupid now what Kerstin had done, tearing off into the keep on her own. Hinkle hoped she hadn't run into any trouble. King Vashean led her up some broad, carpeted steps, looking carefully about, ears tuned to every noise. Silence. Hinkle looked back and saw a group of men-at-arms watching them from below. She and the king paused on the second floor and had a brief look, but finding nothing proceeded up the next flight of steps. Hinkle's heart hammered in her chest as she heard her aunt's voice coming from above. She and Vashean exchanged a look, then darted up the remaining steps and down the hall. There they found Kerstin in the middle of the corridor, scowling into the open doorway of a bedchamber. "He is here," she said, without looking at them. "The Grand Mage is here." They hurried to her side. In the bedchamber, a tall, silver-haired man in a silky black robe stood with his back to them, hands held out at his sides. Hinkle's heart went into her throat. There were chalk drawings all around his feet. He was there, right there, and yet a greenish membrane rippled over the entrance of the chamber,
preventing them from entering. "A barrier," said Hinkle. She pressed the tip of the spear against it, but it proved ineffective. "'Tis white magic," said Kerstin. "He is powering it with his life energy." She clamped her jaw as inky tendrils wriggled out from the Grand Mage's feet, and green mist hissed up through the flagstone floor. Hinkle's breath caught in her chest. "That spell! He's going to get away!" She looked up at the king. His chin was raised, his eyes hard as stone.
"Even if he escapes justice today," he said, "he will face it tomorrow."
No, they had him now. They couldn't let him get away. Not after everything he'd done. They'd stopped him, but... Kerstin, how is he... the barrier and teleportation? How can he cast 2 spells at the same time? That's not possible. No, said Kerstin, her eyes narrowing. It isn't. Someone else is casting it. Suddenly she tore off down the hall. "You stay there," she spat over her shoulder. "Press your hands on the barrier. It'll weaken it." "But where—" She was gone. Hinkle looked up at King Vashean, and together they reached out their hands. She felt a spark at her fingertips and a tingling on her tongue as the barrier rippled underneath her touch. She pressed into it, willing herself through it. The Grand Mage looked back over his shoulder, and for the first time, their eyes met. Lord Magnus held up his hand and called for a halt in the middle of the field near the trebuchets. He surveyed the battle scene with his spyglass, then took a deep breath and put his hand on his hip. "The fight seems to be going in the king's favour," he said, offering the spyglass to one of his knights. "We'll wait here and observe. We'll only crowd them at this point. We'll move in once they've defeated the enemy and assist the wounded and bury the dead." "Very good, my lord," said the knight, handing back the spyglass. Magnus squinted at the sound of approaching hooves, and descried the shadowy form of a rider galloping toward them through the dark. "What ho! Sir Cranmer! And the Queen! We've saved the Queen! The night is ours, men!" The troops cheered as Sir Cranmer of Turth rode up with Queen Narrated in the saddle behind him. King Vashean's purple cloak was wrapped about her shoulders, still stained with the blood of his foes. "Your Majesty, so good to see you safe. We've been worried sick since we heard—" "Ah, forgive me. I am Lord Magnus Igranel the 14th, Count-in-Waiting. At your service." "His Metinizde." "Chuck Mesbire Vandam," replied the Queen. "Much obliged, Lord Magnus." "And Sir Cranmer, well done. How goes the battle?"
"It goes well, your grace. The fighting is fierce, but they were clearing the keep as I left. The Grand Mage will soon be dead or in custody."
"Excellent news. Pray tell, what was that silver light we saw moving up to the castle?" At this Sir Cranmer's face turned grave.
"That, your lordship, was the maid Hinkle and the Witch of Clom."
He drew in a sharp breath.
"Coming to the aid of His Majesty, your grace."
His shoulders sagged. It didn't make any sense. He had a letter in his tunic that said... Well, it hardly mattered. Sir Cranmer looked like he knew exactly what he was thinking.
"I had my doubts about it as well," said the knight, "but we can't afford to ignore it. I strongly suggest we take them in for questioning when this is all through."
"Indeed, but we may worry about that later. For now, Her Majesty's comfort is our primary concern." The Queen looked tired. About as tired as he'd ever seen a woman. "Dear lady," he said, "I would be honored to offer you my tent. I confess it will not be what you are used to, but it may afford you some much-needed rest." Narrated shook her head. "Thank you, Magnus, but I'd prefer to stay with you and your men. I'm afraid I shall find no rest until Zildok Nassar is either in chains or without a head. Preferably the latter." "Yes, of course, as you wish." He twisted about in the saddle. "Have we a spare horse for Her Majesty?" There was some rustling and murmuring, and a man led a palfrey up from the ranks. Magnus steadied the beast by the bridle as Sir Cranmer helped the Queen dismount and climb up into the saddle. "Thank you," she said breathily, wiping a strand of dark hair from her face. He smiled. "Would your majesty care to look through my spyglass?" Olgris pressed his back against the wall as a group of Akasian troops clattered by. He kept still until their heavy footsteps faded into the distance, then hurried down the corridor, holding his saber tight against his side to keep it from clinking as he ran. A noise behind him made him glance over his shoulder. More soldiers. This place was crawling with them. He ducked out of sight until he was sure where they were going. If he made it out of this, it would be a close shave. It was quieter near the dungeon. The shouting and banging echoed from elsewhere in the keep. He slowed to a traipse, sniffing as he slicked back his white hair and wiped globs of gore from his face. Then he tried the door. It was locked. Why? Why was it locked? He hissed through his teeth and fumbled for his keys. Any second, a lance of King Vashean's med would come clambering down the steps. "Carolasiamsel!" He wrenched the door open and shut it carefully behind him. Descending to the lower level, he had to use the keys again, though there was less urgency. But it did make him wonder who had. The sound of chanting set his teeth on edge, and he squeezed the grip of his scimitar until his knuckles cracked. That bitch! That bitch was here! Up ahead, candlelight illumined hooded forms kneeling in a circle in the middle of the corridor and cast menacing shadows on the walls of the forsaken cells. These creeps were always in the last place he wanted them. Always! "Ho!" he called, swaggering toward them. "What are you Carafat Malar doing down here?" The chanting ceased, and that woman emerged from the shadows, her face set in a hideous scowl, her glass eye glistening repulsively in the candlelight. "Olgris, what are you doing here? You fled from the battle! How dare you!" "Pfft! It's hardly a battle any more. The master needs you. He can't bear to fall into Vashean's hands. He's going to kill himself, and he needs your help with something or the other. I didn't really understand, but you'd better get—" "Liar!" she screeched. "Traitor! He will do no such thing. We are preparing his escape." He frowned. His escape? Ah, he laughed softly to himself. Now he understood. One of the necromancers said something, and Astarte's eye flashed wide. "You unlocked the doors! You idiot!" She thrust out a gnarled fingernail. "Quickly, lock them again, before someone comes!" Olgris sucked his teeth as feet fluttered on the steps. Too late. He sank into a fighting stance, reaching for his saber. As of all people, the Witch of Clom burst through the door. She froze, eyes springing wide, broom half poised for action like she was about to use it, but suddenly didn't know where to begin. He knew that look, that particular form of surprise. She charged in alone, presuming to contend with whoever she discovered. He eyed the scrap of parchment wedged between the fingers of her left hand. And she might have. Whatever spell was scribbled there on that bit of paper was meant to give someone a bad day, possibly even himself, were he inclined to put himself in her way. He straightened up, flashing a dapper grin. "Kerstin, we meet again." "Olgris," she whispered, eyes darting among those behind him. Yes. Yes, it was them she'd come for. She was here to thwart the master's escape. "Olgris, you fool!" spat Astarte. "Why do you hesitate? Kill her, quickly! The rest of you, pay them no heed. Focus your live force on the spell." Olgris sent her a sidelong glance, sneering as the necromancers resumed their chanting, moving their pale hands in eerie circular motions, green mist materializing with a hiss in the middle of their circle. He slid his gaze back to Kerstin. She was slowly widening her stance, getting ready, but reluctantly. She didn't want to face him. No, she couldn't afford to. He raised his chin, eyes narrowing. There was a chance, a small one, that he could close the distance between them before she could use that bit of parchment. More likely it would be the end of him, but then she'd be left to face the others without it. Yes, whatever it was, she must be able to do it only once, or she wouldn't be hesitating. Either way, he could ensure the master got away. Only, he'd most likely be vaporized in the process. And that settled it. He leered at the priestess out of the corner of his eye as she screamed at him again, spraying spittle from her grey lips. "Olgris! Kill her!" He folded his arms across his chest. "No." Astarte's one eye bulged hideously. "Impudent! You dare defy me? I order you, in the name of the altar of—" Olgris held up his hand. No. I don't take orders from you, you dried-up oyster. You want to kill her? Do it yourself. I came down here to run away." The priestess looked like she was about to rip her hair out. "Fine. Have it your way. All of you stop. We must deal with them before we continue. Kill them both!" Olgris had an overpowering urge to part that ugly bitch's face with the edge of his scimitar. He wondered why he hadn't already. Yes, this was what he wanted. Finally! He grinned savagely as Astarte's necromancers lumbered toward them, knives and curved swords glinting as the candles behind them cast their hooded forms in menacing silhouette. Kerstin edged up beside him, keeping a healthy distance. She watched him uncertainly. "I must say you've evened the odds a bit, but the numbers are still stacked well against us." He snorted. "You just worry about that Gede. Leave the rest of these cockroaches to me." He slid his saber from its sheath, his eyes flashing wide. It was about time he gave these creeps a licking. Chapter 33. Hinkle pressed harder against the barrier, focusing all her sense of self upon it, willing herself through it, as though she might indeed pass through if only she could concentrate enough. Sweat dripped down her forehead and neck. It was an exhausting task, but it was working. She could feel it weakening. She could feel her hand reaching just a little further through that buzzing ward, causing her skin to tingle and prickling the hair on her wrist just a little further up her arms. Greenish veins shuddered and rippled as she adjusted her touch. Next to her, King Vashean did the same. His eyes were shut, his brow furrowed in concentration. His lips moved silently, in prayer, she suspected. She wondered what he might be praying for. Himself, perhaps. Perhaps for her. Perhaps purity, or forgiveness even. Perhaps for justice. Perhaps for the will of the Most High to be done, rather than his own design. Hinkle felt a sense of guilt at that last thought. She wanted the Grand Mage to pay for his crimes, more than she'd known. She wanted him to pay for everything. For the dead in Clom, for the grieving parents, children, for her Uncle Fistram, for Kerstin, for her mother. Tears of desperation stung her eyes. On the other side of that barrier was the man responsible for everything wrong in her life. She let out a sob. He wasn't going to get away with it. Not if she had any say. He was going to answer for every beating, every pang of hunger, every hour she'd spent sad and alone. She sensed King Vashean glancing at her out of the corner of her eye. She had a feeling about what he might say if he knew her thoughts. To set aside her own desires and let Ashali's will be done. To relinquish control and be at peace, knowing that if justice was not served today, it would be served tomorrow. If not in this world, then in the next. But Hinkle didn't want that. She wanted to see the Grand Mage get what he deserved today. Today! She was trembling now with rage. It seemed this man, the Grand Mage, Zildok Nassar, represented everything wrong with the world. All the lies, greed, perversity, the wicked shielded from their punishment while the innocent suffered. She felt if she could get through, if she could defeat him, she could make the world a better place. And what was wrong with that? It would be good. She would be doing something good. Why should she back down from that thought? Was God not good? She thought she heard the king speaking to her in a gentle voice, but she ignored him. She was in no mood to hear what he had to say. She tightened her grip on the silver spear as she put everything out of her mind but the evil before her, and channeled every ounce of hate and anger. "Biklar!" Olgris screamed as he sent a warlock reeling back. He advanced on the next, chopping, slashing, saber flashing up and down, left and right. Blades clinked and scraped. Blood sprayed the floor, and another hooded man went spinning down with a cry. Outnumbered as he was, Olgris was fending them off, and admirably so. But the corridor was narrow, and there was no way by. Kerstin hissed and ducked back as a scimitar clashed against the iron bars of a prison cell. She supposed they weren't likely to stop for a moment to let her pass. She stood on her tiptoes, straining for a glimpse of the old priestess over the bobbing heads and thrashing arms. She tapped her fingers impatiently on the spell parchment, eager to be done with her. Her heart beat faster as she heard her haggard voice chanting over the shouts and clangs. She couldn't make out what exactly. White magic, to be sure. But while it would be costly, it did not mean weak. Not where that woman was concerned. She needed to stop her. Now. If only these fools would bloody move aside. Kerstin whispered an oath and bit the spell paper in her teeth, put her broom in her left hand, and drew her machete in her right. Always having to do everything herself. She held her breath, inching closer to the fighting, watching for her moment to duck through. Then, there! She darted into the fray, and nearly lost half her face to Olgris's backswing. She jabbed out with the butt of her broom, swung her machete, cutting through flesh, or possibly cloth, tried to push forward, and nearly tripped over someone's leg. Then she was through. She glanced back to be sure she was clear of stray blades, just in time to see a hulking, hooded figure lunge at her with both hands. Kerstin yelped in surprise and swung her blade, but he caught her wrist and snatched her by the throat, knocking the air out of her as he slammed her against the iron bars. He throttled her with his big hand. Squeeze, squeeze. She sputtered and coughed, wriggling in his iron grip. The spell paper. It had fallen out from her mouth to the floor. She strained to see it in the corner of her eye, and put her toe upon it, mouthing the words as best she could. He recognized what she was doing, and grunted in panic, letting go of her wrist to squeeze her throat with both hands. Black spots pooled in her vision, and she felt her strength ebbing out of her as if she were slipping into a deep slumber. But in her last glimpse of consciousness, she swung her machete up over his shoulder and cleft his skull. He fell away, and she gagged, snatching up the spell paper between her fingers as she keeled over. Astarte was nearing the end of her spell. She could hear it in her voice, in her reverberating crescendo. The Alkari stood in a salt circle, a warlock on either side of her. Kerstin drew in a sharp breath as she ceased her chanting and raised her chin with a wicked grin, one eye glaring nefariously, and put her hand on the figure to her left. There was a faint hissing, and Astarte's face transformed in an eerie form of ecstasy, and the body which framed the cloak and hood dissipated like a mist. Blue lightning crackled from the old witch's arm. She began to raise her hand towards Kerstin, slowly, like she had fantasized about this moment for some time, and was finally relishing its arrival. In a panic, Kerstin thrust her hand into her satchel, and snatched out the one other spell she had prepared, jabbed the butt of her broom against the floor, and drew a hurried circle around herself. Then she held her broom out crosswise, as if to shield herself, the initiating word barely leaving her lips as a tremendous lightning blast shot from Astarte's arm. "Luftus!" The lightning struck an invisible wall, arcing wildly, crackling around her where the unseen circle kept it at bay. The air around her hummed and sizzled until at last the power Astarte had drawn from her unfortunate follower was exhausted, and the chain of lightning retreated to the hand of its mistress. Kerstin blew a slow breath from her lips. Blood seeped through her fingertips, oozing down over the shaft of her broom. That had been too close. Now she too was exhausted of her power. But there was one technique that she alone was privy to. Kerstin pointed her broom toward the old woman, and drew her hand back to her ear in a clutching motion. But instead of the look of horror and despair she usually witnessed in her victims, the old witch smiled with glee. Confused, Kerstin tried again, but no avail. Astarte threw back her head and let out a burst of laughter. "Fool! Do you think we do not know you? Do you think we do not know the source of your power? I am the High Priestess of the Olgris. My soul does not reside in me, but on the altar of the Prince of Darkness." Kerstin's eyes went wide as Astarte put her hand on the necromancer beside her, and their cloaks slumped to the ground, empty, as she drew their spirit into herself. She whirled around, thinking to power her broom with one of the other warlocks, but Olgris was prying his scimitar from the last of them as well. "It seems you are out of lives," said Astarte, lightning crackling up her arm. "Now, prepare for the abyss!" In a last-ditch effort, Kerstin shot her hand to the knife in her belt, the little bone-hilted knife she only ever used for magical purposes, for it was no weapon, and with a cry, whipped it at the old witch with all her strength. To her surprise, Astarte went stiff. The knife stuck deep in her eyeball. Kerstin gaped. She couldn't believe she'd done that successfully. She had no skill at all with such things. But she just... Oh, wasn't that amazing? The Olgris priestess teetered on her feet for a moment, then fell flat on her back, dead. "Nice troll," said Olgris, wiping his blade. "Thank you. I'm not usually much good at..." Kerstin turned, her broom held out. "You helped me. Why?" Olgris sneered. "The Grand Mage is finished. I don't want to go down with him. Like I said, I came down here to run away. But that woman and these creeps are in my way." He raised his scimitar and began to carefully circle her. "What about you? Are you intending to prevent my escape as well?" "As a matter of fact, no." Olgris paused, cocking a brow. "You're right," she said, lowering her broom. "The Grand Mage is finished." She nodded at the priestess. "She's dead. You're on the run. The day is saved. Who do you think they'll come for next, with all the other villains out of the way?" "I take it you don't expect to be celebrated as a heroine." "Not exactly." "So you want to escape too, eh?" "I've about as much reason to want to be far away from here as you do." She looked around doubtfully. "Is there a way out through here? Through the dungeon?" "There, in that cell. There's a tunnel." Olgris waved his scimitar. "Every castle has its secret passages." "So then, you agree? We're working together?" He stared at her intently. apparently considering whether or not it was a good idea, or whether he should just run her through. Finally, he shrugged.
Yeah, I guess. Why not? Count Waziga and the Witch of Clam, eh? Who'd have thought? All right, this way.
The black tendrils dissipated, and the green mist dematerialized at his feet. She'd been unsuccessful then, Astarte. Kerstin had stopped her. There would be no escape for him today. Zildok Nassar dabbed sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. He could not hold much longer. He was already feeling thin, faint, like one who'd risen after many days in bed with a fever. He looked coldly over his shoulder. King Vashean and that girl, that mysterious girl with the silver spear, were there, eyes shut, brows furrowed in concentration, hands pressed against the membrane, sapping his power, leeching the life out of him as he expended his vitality to uphold the barrier. Just who was that girl? What was she doing here? And where in the name of all things unholy had she gotten that object? She alone had ruined everything. Almost everything. He would be forced to implement his failsafe. It was far from ideal. A great risk. Perilous beyond compare. He had no shame in admitting it terrified him to resort to such a measure. But there was no alternative. He clutched the vial of blood that hung around his neck and began to speak the words, very dark words, which mirrored the incantation of Astarte's ritual in the great hall. At once the room darkened, and voices echoed his own in eerie whispers, and the runes he had drawn in salt on the floor in preparation began to glow with a warmthless light. A heavy silence swelled around him. His skin turned to goose flesh as shadows rose on the wall which were not cast by an earthly light. These were the masters he served as his own minions served him, as these served one greater than they, and it was he whose favor he sought. At his back, as one hears voices from within the dreams of sleep, he heard the girl and King Vashean speaking frantically. Yes, they wondered how he might be working such a dark spell in the presence of that sacred object. But this spell, this power was not one which could be negated. Not by the silver spear of Morag. For it was a spell intrinsic to its being. It and the spell were of one entity. The spear and the seal which imprisoned the Okari in spiritual darkness were of the same substance. The spear could not negate this ritual, a ritual which was the inverse of the seal, any more than it could negate itself. He continued to utter his incantation, expending his remaining energy into spitting the words with guttural force. He would let the barrier fall soon, but by then it would no longer matter. Salsabil would be free. Zildok Nassar plucked the cork from the vial of blood and drew in a sharp gasp as he recalled his life force to himself. There was a shout behind him. King Vashean or the girl, he did not know which. But he focused on the last lines of the rite as he lifted the vial to his lips as they moved in a hurried incantation. I offer my body, my spirit, my soul as a vessel to the Prince of Darkness. Behold the sacrifice of the blood of kings, which I drink as an oblation as your unholy priest, that the heroine's seal would be reversed, and that she would reside in me. He drained the vial in a single draught. Chapter 34. The glass vial smashed to the floor, and Hinkle stumbled forward as the barrier gave way under her touch. She bared her teeth, silver spear poised for violence, but felt a hand on her arm. "Wait," said King Vashean. The grimness in his voice was alarming. She'd never seen him scowl before. She'd never seen anyone scowl before the way he was scowling now. Brow knit over his burning eyes, closed mouth hidden in his auburn beard, jaw set like iron. The Grand Mage still stood with his back to them, but he was relaxed now, smug even, having finished whatever foul conjuring he'd been uttering. He raised his open hands and spread his arms out to his sides, and Hinkle's blood ran hot as his dry chuckling filled the chamber. Suddenly he choked on his laughter and doubled over, gagging and clawing his throat. Then he cried out, "No! Oh, no! No! Please, no!" Hinkle's hair stood on end as the villain sank to his knees, pleading, wailing, hands clutching at the air above his head, body jerking in unnatural contortions. She stood frozen, unable to avert her eyes as his cries rose to screams of agony and despair. The shadows on the wall began to twist and move, whirling about the bedchamber in a circle, faster and faster, a whirlwind of darkness. Hinkle's hair blew up in the cold wind, and she squinted, shielding her face. But King Vashean looked steadily on. Suddenly the whirling shadows dropped to the floor and flowed like a puddle of ink to the center, toward the Grand Mage. His screams crescendoed as the black sludge overtook him, creeping up his looming form and consuming him whole. Then it was silent. Hinkle stared, unable to blink, her blood frozen in her veins as she waited for whatever was about to happen. The moment dragged on, hanging heavily in the frigid air. She shivered and dared to look at the king. He had not unfixed his gaze. She whimpered as a laugh echoed from the pillar of darkness that lingered statue-like in the center of the chamber. But it was not the voice of Zildok Nassar she heard. It was a deeper voice, a colder, crueler, more perverse voice. The sound of it made her want to weep with fear, and she might have, were it not for the king's reassuring hand on her arm. Then there was a grunting sound, the sickening crack of bones and popping tendons. The black form of what had once been the Grand Mage twitched and bulged. The muscles along the arms bubbled and flexed to unnatural proportions. More grunting. Growths like tumors burst from the shoulders, shifting and rippling hideously. Then whatever it was began to growl, a deep, reverberating growl like that of an enormous creature in the back of a cave. The walls of the castle began to shake. The floor trembled under her feet. Candles and side tables clattered to the ground, and bits of stone rained from above as the whole earth rumbled. Then this thing began to grow in size, the shadow stretching over it like a film, until strangely it began to tear, showing a body of white underneath, bleach white, like the inside of a snake's mouth. Its pallor seemed to leach all the color and light from everything else, so that while it seemed to grow in brilliance, all else seemed dull and gray. This grotesque and pale body filled the room until it was hunched over, until it could no longer be contained. The growling heightened to a greater sense of exertion, and with a mighty roar, the gargantuan arms thrust out to either side with their monstrous fists, smashing through the castle walls with the thunder of cracking stone and splitting wood, tearing them down like mere curtains, and letting in the night. But its transformation was not complete. Something slithered along the inside of its back, then erupted from the flesh. Two bat-like wings, translucent and crisscrossed with veins, spread to full span. And finally, with a triumphant shout, fists spread out at its sides, the infernal being sprouted tremendous horns from its head. It cracked its neck from side to side, then turned slowly to face them, half within the castle, half without. And as she looked upon a white face of near feminine beauty, contorted with hatred and defiance, and met the gaze of those black, lifeless eyes empty as the void, Hinkle backed away from King Vashean's side, her mouth agape in awe and mortal dread. This was the creature whom the heroine Morag locked eyes with across the altar of every church and cathedral. This was the enemy of man, the father of lies, the prince of hell, Salsabil, Lord of the Alkari. Zildok had reversed the seal, and in offering his body, had given the devil a vessel for rebirth. She cringed under his stare, whimpering as the hate in those terrible eyes seemed to intensify as he looked down upon her. Then he turned to King Vashean, who stood tall, coolly staring him down, and the sinister mouth wrinkled into a grin, and opened wide with horrible, mocking laughter. His humongous arm shot toward them, and Hinkle screamed and clutched the silver spear, as she was caught in a blast that leveled half the castle. Lord Magnus felt the reverberations through his bones as thunder rumbled from the castle. He tugged on the reins and tried to console his panicking horse as she stamped and shook her head. Behind him, many others were doing the same.
"Lord Magnus, what was that?" asked the Queen anxiously, stroking her palfrey's neck.
He received a grave look from Sir Cranmer.
"The devil only knows," he muttered, at last regaining enough control over his steed to look through his spyglass. Great plumes of dust rose from the castle, catching the torchlight of the men in the ward. Those that had survived, anyway. Just what had they rigged the castle? Ice water surged through his veins. Something was moving there in the clouds of dust and smoke. A body. A monstrous, gigantic body, nearly as tall as the castle itself. "Sir Cranmer," he muttered,
and passed him the spyglass with a trembling hand. The knight peered through the lens for a second. Then his face turned white.
"By the heroine,"
he whispered, touching his forehead, lips, and heart.
"By Ashali and Morag." "What is it, sir?" asked one of the men from the ranks. "Aye," said another. "What's up there, my lord?"
The sergeants tried to silence them, but fear prevailed over discipline, and soon the whole formation was murmuring the same question. Queen Narankari, too, was staring at him with anxious yearning. He blew out a deep breath.
"What's up there? Yes. What's up there is—"
But what could he tell them that would not cause their hearts to melt with fear? Who among them would stand and fight? That! If that up there was really who he feared, would they not all flee at once? But what of himself? Would he flee? Would he quit the field, abandon his king, and the fight against evil? Nonsense. He would do no such thing. He gripped his sword and sat up straight in the saddle.
"Men," he said.
His voice sounded a bit thin, but he kept on.
"Men, it seems we have lived to see unprecedented times. A most foul plot to break, or reverse by dark powers, the seal of the ancient heroine Morag. That up there, if I am not mistaken, is her great foe, the great foe of us all, the accuser, Salsabil."
Silence in the ranks.
"Up there also is our king. And he thought again of the silver light driving up toward the castle, and his heart lightened. And the girl Hinkle, the prophetess whom Mashayli speaks to, who is shown the Duke's door in a dream, and whose arrival in Clom thwarted Count Olgris, the Grand Mage, and the forces of evil. Make no mistake, her arrival then was no coincidence, just as it is no coincidence she arrived here tonight. In his mind, it sounded absurd, but as he said it aloud, it felt like someone else was speaking it to him, through his own voice, and he found he believed it all the more. Men, this is without a doubt our darkest hour. But even in such an hour, we have a glimmer of hope, faint and fleeting though it may be. And I, for one, his voice broke with emotion as he slid his sword from the scabbard, will ride on to meet that hope, though it may well be my doom. Long live the king! A wild cheer from the masses behind took his breath away. Men banged on their shields. Spears prodded the air. Horses reared. Blades scraped from their sheaths. Sir Cranmer gave him an approving nod and clapped down his visor. But as he gripped his sword to draw it, Lord Magnus shook his head. Not you, Sir Cranmer. You must escort Her Majesty to safety. Narrated scoffed. What safety? If what you say is true, I care not to live beyond tonight. I ride with you, my lord. He was taken aback. My lady, give me a sword, something light. I may be no warrioress like my mother and sister, but I can wave a blade and inspire the men. He choked down a sob. Then we shall be proud to die all around you. Knight Commander? Archers, knock your arrows, roared Sir Cranmer. Then he waved his blade above his head. Formation! Advance! Olgris stumbled to one side as the earth trembled beneath his feet. The tunnel walls were quaking. Dirt rained down from above. Whatever was going on up there, whatever they'd done, was shaking the very foundation of his castle. Woman, he shouted, it's going to cave in! The witch glanced up, her blue eyes flashing with concern. Then we must hurry! He snatched her by the arm. No, we won't make it! We must go back! She glared at him and yanked herself from his grasp. Not in 100 years! You go back if you want, but far be it from me! Woman, you don't know how far it is! We're not even a quarter of the way! He grabbed her again. Come back! No! She wrenched herself away from him and hurried into the dark, just as the tunnel caved in and buried her in a heap of earth. Olgris stared, conflicted, and glanced back at the light in the distance. Damn it! He unsheathed his scimitar and began to dig, chipping away with the hilt and sweeping aside the dirt with his blade. The walls grumbled around him, sprinkling dirt and gravel. Any second he might be buried too. Obstinate woman, putting him through this. Fahishe! He dug frantically, hissing and grunting. Finally he uncovered a white hand. He threw his blade aside and clawed at the earth with his fingers. Come on, he said. Come on! His lungs were burning. His muscles were tingling. At last he dug out enough of her arm to be able to grasp. He sputtered and swore, kicking at the loose earth as he dragged her free. She slumped to the ground like a rag doll, unconscious, but breathing. Okay, he huffed, hauling her up under the arms. Okay, now we go back to the castle. He heaved her up over his shoulder and strode back through the collapsing tunnel toward the light. Witch! Kerstin! He shouted over the roaring cave-in. You'd better stay alive! You hear me? I better not be saving you for nothing! He needed her, in fact. He needed her to speak on his behalf. and testify that for once in his life he had done a good thing.
Chapter 35. Hinkle blinked her eyes open. Her whole body ached. Her head was throbbing. She winced as she raised a weak hand to her face. Dried blood. She coughed, then groaned. It was night, and the wind was howling. Warm wind, like a storm on a summer's day. Then as her consciousness began to gather into focus, she heard voices over the blustering gale. Shouting, screams, galloping hooves, peals of thunder, and roaring fire. There was a battle. She was in the middle of a battle. She reached out her hand in panic, and relief washed over her in a soothing wave as she felt the shaft of the silver spear. Bits of dirt and gravel spilled off her as she sat up and clutched her head. She was half buried in rubble. Rubble from that destructive blast. How it hadn't obliterated her she'd never know. But of King Vashean there was no sign. With a painful grunt, Hinkle rose to her feet, hunched over like an old woman, the silver spear in her grasp. There was fire all around. The very stone itself was ablaze. Shadows flickered in the flames, horsemen galloping hard this way and that. It was their shouts she heard, their screams. She heard a familiar voice cry out a command over the clamor, and in silhouette she saw mounted archers bend their bows and let fly. Their shafts whistled up through the sweltering air, pricking into the flesh of that white gargantuan foe. He turned, and her stomach sank as she again saw his face, scowling this time with the annoyance of one who has emerged from indoors to be harassed by mosquitoes. He brushed away the arrows stuck in his skin like one might brush specks of grain from their sleeve after walking through a wheat field. A command was called again, and the horsemen reared their mounts around in retreat as the pale monstrosity opened its mouth and spewed a stream of yellow fire. Shrieks of men and horses rang out as the blast engulfed the fleeing host. It seemed not many escaped, but as the attention of their enemy was upon them, a second gathering of men came charging in, lances leveled, blades raised high, piercing and slashing his legs and feet. It was a gallant effort, but in vain. Salsabil's disparaging laughter boomed through the night as he stomped up and down upon them, like a woman treading grapes for wine. After a short-lived assault, the second group abounded in retreat, while the first group rallied for a second volley. Fight though they may, it was no use. They had no power over such a foe. Hinkle stood tall, resolve forming in her heart. It seemed to her now that her whole life had played out for this moment, one thing moving into the next in a great chain of perceived tragedy, but of which the ultimate goal was a perfect good. Her mother, her grandmother's addiction, meeting Sir Gilkrist, coming to Clom, prying into Hinkle's affairs, Stalcogade, all so she might find the silver spear, all so she might arrive at the moment she found herself in now. She breathed a sigh and fixed her eyes upon her adversary with grim resignation. She knew what she had to do. She knew what she was here for. It might be well that she would die, as Morag had died fighting this same foe centuries before. But she was ready for that. She accepted whatever might come her way, and the fear ebbed from her like water gliding off a roof. Hinkle stumbled toward the hulking devil, and attempted to shout his name, but gave in to a fit of coughing. Finally, she found her voice. "Salsabil! Hey!" At the sound of her call, he ceased his mayhem and turned slowly, sneering over his shoulder. To her surprise, he answered, But his voice was not the guttural rumbling over the raging fires and neighing horses she might have expected. Rather, she did not seem to hear him at all. Instead, his voice was like a soft hand upon her back, through which she felt the reverberations of his speech. It gave her the unsettling notion that he was not contained within the bleach-white form before her, but everywhere around her, all at once, like a sinister wind.
"What is it?"
Hinkle felt the urge to snap her head around and look behind her, but checked herself and jabbed the spear toward him. "Behold, Salsabil, the instrument of your undoing! Come and face your demise!"
"Instrument of my undoing? Yes, I recognize the instrument. The spear which I wrought myself from the purest silver in aeons past. The spear I used to kill God. The spear which your blessed heroine had when I struck her with the death wound. Indeed, I know the silver spear, as I know Ashaley and Morag. But tell me, daughter of man, who are you?"
It took Hinkle a moment to respond, for her mind was scattered. She could not focus on one thought for very long. She was dizzy, and everything was tipping out of balance, slanted like the deck of a turning ship.
"I am Hinkle of Sweetwater, daughter of Sister Meredith, guardian of—"
But she had already begun to doubt herself. She'd begun to doubt everything. It was difficult to breathe, like she couldn't take in a full breath. She knew she had, but it was like she needed to remind herself, and it never seemed to be enough.
"No," he chuckled. "No, you mistake me. I know who you are. Do not forget, child, that you called upon me. You danced for my attention. You opened your veins in sacrifice to my name. So what I mean is, who are you to brandish this most sacred object? You are one I would count among my legions, Hinkle of Sweetwater."
She glanced down at the weapon in her hands. Wasn't he right? Who was she to wield the silver spear of Morag? Who was she to contend with him? Then she remembered what King Vashean had said to her that evening in the West Clom Cathedral, and she found herself again.
"I am the one Ashaley called, whom he has shown dreams and visions. He brought me to this spear, just like he brought me to this moment, to strike you down."
Chuckling, he stepped toward her, causing Hinkle to step involuntarily back.
"Did he, though? Did he really, truly call you to this? It would seem that much of what you have just said depends on what you have seen in your own mind. To be fair, Hinkle, you are an intelligent young woman, gifted in sorcery and deception. You are also poor, betrodden, a victim of circumstance, and a natural dreamer. How often have you hoped for more, hoped to be more, I do not know, child, that anyone should trust the imaginations of a fatherless, motherless urchin. Who knows what lies you might have devised for others and yourself, to lift you from the gutters of Sweetwater to the very elbow of the king. Anything for anyone to pay attention, to notice the poor, hungry girl neglected and alone.
"Stop!" she cried. "Stop it! I did have visions. He did call me. Sir Gilkrist himself gave me the spear."
Though she believed it a little less than before.
"If you say so," he said, "I say you have spoken presumptuously. But indeed, you do have the silver spear, whether or not anyone has called you to wield it. If you do intend to rebel against me, your true and rightful master, then come, child, give it your all, and I will show you how frail you really are."
He took 2 more booming steps toward her, looming over her like a white tower. She cringed under his shadow, suddenly comprehending the impossibility of her task. How could she face him? She was no warrior. To spear him, she'd have to... No, she couldn't do it. There was no way. She hung her head.
"Yes, you see, you have come before me on your own strength. You see it now. It cannot be done. You are a little fool."
He was right about that. She was stupid. She was stupid to be here. She wished he'd just squash her already and get it over with. At least she could say she tried. Had she, though? She stood before him. But had she really stood against him? Had she really taken the fight to him? Or had she just shown up with the silver spear and then surrendered in defeat? She was pathetic, useless, worthless. He was laughing again, laughing at her. She felt his mockery shuddering through her bones. And then terror quickened her limbs as his big white hand came swooping down toward her. She scrambled clear of him, snatching her off the ground. But she yelped as his long purplish nail caught her thigh and raked a red gash through her dress. She stumbled back and fell, the spear tumbling away. She cried out as fire shot up her leg.
"See, you cannot even bring yourself to attack me. You cannot even get on your feet. The fragility of the human heart, the weakness of your resolve. You set yourself to do something noble or to avoid some evil, but when the moment comes, where are your good intentions? They pass away because they were lies. Like all good is a lie. Lies to justify your existence, to disguise your shame, to cover up the evil of your own heart, so that you can reassure yourself that you are good. That when the fabled hour of judgment comes, as you wish and fear it might, those whom you judge to be eviler than yourself would be condemned, while you are raised up for your goodness. But this, too, is another lie. For what is the human heart but the foulest liar?
You are the foulest liar, Hinkle growled, wincing as she crawled toward the silver spear. Every word that comes from your mouth is a lie.
Some have said the same of you, daughter of man.
It was true. He was right again. She was no one to accuse another of telling lies. Not even him. She inched toward the spear, trying to think of something good, something with which to answer him. Something about a Shaylee, or Morag, something from the sacred scripts. But she found she could not think of such things, like the way to those thoughts was sealed off. She wished King Vashean were here, but was glad he wasn't watching her pathetic failure. With great mental exertion, she fought for something she might say. Morag defeated you, she huffed. You have no real power. But it sounded like a farce. She hardly believed the words coming out of her mouth.
But I have ultimate power, he said. Look at the world around you. Do you truly believe I have no power? That my hand has no reach? Do you think that sorrow and suffering have no place in this broken world? In this tragic, filthy world steeped in shadow? Truly, I tell you, there is no benevolent God watching over this world. There is no good shepherd caring for the weak and the downtrodden. No one's eye is on the sparrow. The one you pray to abandoned the world long ago, just as he abandoned Morag, just as he abandoned you. He has forsaken you, as your father has forsaken you, and never cared to know you. I sense in your heart to know it to be true. The earth is God's bastard, a starving infant crying in the streets, left there by a destitute mother who could not afford to care for her child. He drew back his hand for a blow that was sure to be the end of her, his fingers and hand morphing together into a grotesque white lance. I tell you the truth. I am the god of this world. Mankind belongs to me. You are mine. His hand came shooting toward her, ripping through the air. The silver spear was still out of reach. She would die now, but she felt no fear. Just acceptance. There was much she didn't understand. Why had she come to do this when it was impossible? She supposed it didn't matter. She shut her eyes and waited for it to come. Many others had died tonight. People were dying all the time. Many had died before her. Many would die after. She only wished she'd done a little better. Forgive me, she whispered. But just as that terrible lance was about to run her through, she heard footsteps on the rubble, and someone screaming at the top of their lungs. Hinkle winced as she heard the impact. Something hot splashed her face. She opened her eyes and stared at the sharp point glistening an inch from her nose. King Vashean stood in front of her, arms outstretched, impaled.
The moment lingered in dreadful silence, in which Salsabil seemed as surprised as she was. King Vashean coughed, and drops of blood splattered to the ground. The shock on Salsabil's face broadened into amusement, and he began to laugh. Sickening, scornful laughter. She felt its tremors in her soul. It set her heart on fire and made her want to weep. But then, Hinkle saw that behind the blood and spittle in his beard, the king was grinning deviously. Grinning like he had just employed some elaborate deception. Like he had just played some secret trick upon them all. Then he too began to laugh. Salsabil's laughter ceased. His brow knitted into a frown, like one who suddenly suspects a joke at which they were laughing was actually at their own expense.
"You are so accustomed to lies and shadow," King Vashean growled through obvious pain, "that you are blind to the truth right in front of you. God has not abandoned this world, Salsabil. He dwells in it most intimately. He is nearer than your finite mind can fathom. He is present in every breath of wind, in the still quiet. He sees all, hears all, every perverse and wicked thought, every secret tear, all the grief and sorrow and shame of the world, from the greatest king to the smallest child. He knew and felt within himself before he ever spoke the universe into existence. You are not the ruler of this world. This world was bought by the blood of its creator, so that all the evil and suffering which has and will yet take place might mount up to the fullest, that his sacrifice would be his glory, that through this act all things would be made well, and that what might seem like a great misery in this world now will in the next world be but a half-remembered dream." "Just who are—"
Salsabil attempted to jerk back his arm, but was unable to. Horror and confusion washed over his face as he struggled to withdraw his hand, but he was fixed in place.
"What is this? It cannot be! God!"
King Vashean sank to his knees, and the movement seemed to pull Salsabil forward with great force, yanking him down onto all fours.
"The girl is right,"
huffed King Vashean, the life draining out of him.
"You have no power. Not but that which was permitted to you. It was not Morag who defeated you, for she only played the small part of honor given her, as it shall now be played again. But it was the one whose life you received to satisfy your accusations against humanity, as it satisfied himself. You thought he was a fool, that by dying for those he loved, you had defeated him. You did not understand, as you shall never understand, until the coming of the next world, that by doing so, he made himself master over death, and fulfilled his design for all creation. Nor do you understand that you have only ever existed to be overcome." He chuckled weakly. "Knowing or unknowing, in obedience or defiance, you have only ever served—" Whatever he said next was drowned out as Salsabil let out a horrible shriek of such intense anguish
that the reverberations echoing through her consciousness made her swoon and nearly faint. King Vashean let out a long sigh and hung his head. Then light began to emanate from his body. A soft, warm glow. Susseble howled, writhing like a wolf with its paw in a trap, as the light grew brighter and brighter, until it was too bright to see anything at all. Then it was like the light swallowed up his voice as well, and his screams faded away into its brilliance. The light was all around her, enveloping her like a gentle golden mist. Hinkle shut her eyes as a warm breeze brushed over her, fragrant as the first flowers of spring. Then from the light, a voice called to her. Hinkle. It was a familiar voice, a voice she had known her whole life. The voice of her father, which she'd heard while in her mother's womb? No, before him even.
Hinkle.
She felt a hand on her shoulder, and she turned with a hitch in her breath, her eyes streaming, the way one turns to a lover who was thought lost, but has unexpectedly returned. And there he was, blinding as the sun. King Vashean, dressed in a white surcoat and resplendent mail. Only he seemed different. He was the same King Vashean she'd known for that short while, yes, but whom she now felt like she'd known forever, and seemed like more of himself, like the him she'd known was only a shadow of the him he was now. "Your Majesty," she whispered, and she remembered that she ought not to speak of titles to the dead, for all men are equal beyond the grave. She thought he might even reproach her in such a way, but he did no such thing. He only smiled tenderly, the smile of one who knows that there is pain and sadness still to come, but who knows the far greater happiness that will succeed it.
Hinkle, he said.
Yes, she whispered.
You must fulfill your calling.
Out of the shimmering light, Sir Gregis appeared at his side. Not Sir Gregis the kind, not Sir Gregis the monk, but a younger, fiercer Sir Gregis, clad in gleaming silver plate. A Sir Gregis with a jeweled sword at his side, who she knew would be a stern enemy against the forces of evil. In his hands he held the silver spear, which he offered to her again. She looked curiously at King Vashean.
The beast is down, he said. It is up to you to strike the fatal blow.
Hinkle realized what a tremendous honor was being granted to her, that she was in no way needed for this by any skill or worth of her own. She was being graced with privilege. She bowed her head and accepted the spear with a curtsy. King Vashean nodded and raised his chin with great confidence, looking on to what devastation she might smite upon the enemy. Hinkle turned to face her foe, who continued to grovel and writhe, though where the terrible lance of his arm was pinned, she could not see for the cloud of light that wafted from there. What she did see was that there were many others around them as well, majestic figures, armed for violence, faces radiant but grim for war. Some of them she thought she knew, though they appeared both younger and older and more alive than when she'd known them. And from the radiant host went up a great and terrible shout, like thunder that could have split the earth. It stole Hinkle's breath, and at the sound of it, a spirit welled up in her like a cup filling with the purest water, overflowing from her eyes in tears of fervor. She noticed someone else standing at her side. A woman, a warrioress clad in chain. She could not see her face, for it was hidden behind her billowing reddish hair. But she knew exactly who it was, even without the spear. The woman reached out and gripped her reassuringly by the arm. "Send this miscreant back to the void," she said. And at that, the cheer rose to an even greater roar. The woman drew her sword, and raised it, and added her voice to the shouting choir, as did Sir Gragas and the king. Hinkle sobbed and grunted, then began to run. She sprinted straight for him. He cried out in dismay, his voice screeching like breaking glass inside her head. But louder were the shouts of the golden multitude. And she was shouting herself, a battle cry that exuded all her will and being. And it seemed to her that as she ran beneath him, spear leveled for the kill, other hands were joining hers on the silver shaft. Strong, invisible hands, gently guiding it to where it needed to go, adding their strength as she thrust upward and drove it straight into Salsabel's heart. Time seemed to stop. In an instant, the shouting ceased and gave way to a deafening silence. The golden light vanished, and the radiant multitude had disappeared. Sir Gragas, the heroine, gone as quickly as if she'd only hallucinated them. The conjured being no longer struggled. He no longer screamed in protest. He was frozen like a great white statue, skewered in place on the silver spear. After a moment, Hinkle realized she was holding her breath and let out a long exhale. There was a quiet rustling sound as black tongues of fire reached out from the wound where the silver spear was buried. They spread quickly, consuming his unholy form in a roaring black blaze. But Hinkle had no fear of these dark flames, for they gave off no heat. It was no earthly fire, and it was not meant for her. Soon Salsabel's body had all burned up, and the black flames died down and went out like a candle at the end of the wick. And all that was left of him was the Grand Mage's black silk robe.
Chapter 36. Hinkle shuddered as a cool breeze blew through the ward, and she looked to the horizon where the gray sky met a lighter shade of gray. Dawn was coming. She blinked against spitting raindrops. She gradually became aware of the crowd of faces staring at her in bewilderment. Men in blue and silver, caked in blood and grime, eyes all wide with wonder. Some of them began to kneel. Then they all began to kneel, until the whole shattered ward was full of clanking plate and clinking chain. Before she could decide if she was comfortable with them doing this, someone called her name. "Hinkle! Ho there, Hinkle!" "Make way!" called someone else. "Make way for his lordship!" Lord Magnus Igornell was coming toward her, fumbling with the clasp of his helm. He threw it off carelessly, revealing disheveled hair and adrenaline-wired eyes. Sir Cranmer limped along behind him, with assistance from Queen Narankeri. Blood caked to one side of his face. "Your Grace," she said with a slight nod, lacking the energy to curtsy. "Your Majesty." Lord Magnus stood before her, hands held out, looking like he was about to say something. Apparently he was at a loss for words. He gestured with an open mouth to the Grand Mage's empty cloak, then to where a pair of knights had unclasped their blue and silver capes, and were spreading them over King Vashean's body with the utmost solemnity. It made her wonder how much he'd seen. How much had actually happened, and how much had been in her mind. "God save," stammered Lord Magnus. Then he stood up straight and struck his fist against his chest. "God save the king!" "God save the king," Sir Cranmer and Narankeri said morosely, and many of the bystanding soldiers shouted at it as well. "God save the king," said Hinkle under her breath. She needed to tell him. Now. "My lord, I must inform you. Princess Limfina has been found. She is alive." He stared at her blankly. "The lost princess? But when? How?"
She told him that she'd parted company with her in Zerai, and that if all had gone well, she and Sir Gilkrist would have already landed in Erlua. She lowered her eyes from Narankari's gaze, as she felt compelled to add how Pavienka had detained them in the palace, and how they had only narrowly escaped. Sir Cranmer sent the Count-in-Waiting an uncertain look, and at his side the Queen turned pink. "I am sorry for any trouble my sister caused," she said. "This has taken its toll on all of us, and Pavienka can at times be a touch emotional." His Majesty did mention she was rather beside herself," said Lord Magnus. "She'd tried to detain him as well, and would have had it not been for Sir Pilvenor." Narankari drew in a breath. "Sir Pilvenor? He is here?" "So he was, dear lady," Lord Magnus said quietly. "He insisted on being the first to ride to your aid. As such, I am afraid he is among the fallen." The Queen's eyes shimmered, and she raised a hand to her mouth, then chuckled with embarrassment, waving her hand at her face. "Here I am shedding tears over a knight who died fulfilling his duty in my service, when your king, who had no business risking his life for me, died in my rescue." She turned her eyes upward, breathing shakily. "He was a hero," said Lord Magnus, as the knights carefully lifted the king's body onto a stone slab. "They all were. Every man who died today. A hero in the name of good." But as Hinkle looked at the vaguely human shape draped in blue and silver, all she could think of was how she was going to tell Lymphina. She would be heartbroken. Would she blame her? He had thrown himself in front of her, after all. And what she'd seen after, it seemed... She had a good feeling she'd seen things no one else had seen. It seemed too preposterous to put into words. Just then, shouting broke out from the part of the castle still standing. Her blood began to boil, as over the commotion she heard a familiar voice. "Back, you fools! I am unarmed! This woman is hurt!" At the sound of this particular voice, Narankari turned white. Sir Cranmer's moustache bristled, and Lord Magnus pressed his lips together, blinking in apparent confusion. "Excuse me," Hinkle breathed, as she shouldered past the three of them. She felt them following behind, the Queen breathing anxiously, and the two men muttering grimly. Soldiers were backing cautiously out of a shattered corridor, where the standing half of the castle met the half which had been blasted to a heap of rubble. They were crowded in a half-circle, naked blades pointed out, bows bent at full draw, inching back together as a dusty figure emerged from the shadows into the grey morning light. "Olgris," Narankari hissed. The Count of Waz cautiously descended the rubble heap, sharp eyes darting from soldier to soldier. He was carrying something in his arms. Her heart thumped. "Kerstin." "Okay," he said, stooping to one knee. "I'm going to put her down." He gently lay Kerstin on the ground and raised his hands. "I surrender to His Majesty, King Vashean of Ekos." Fire licked her insides. Surrender to King Vashean. Why? Because he knew he'd have been merciful, even to him? Take advantage of his kindness, would he? "Let me through," she growled. "Hinkle, just wait a moment," said Lord Magnus. But she ignored him. The soldiers parted for her like they would for Sir Gilkrist or King Vashean, glancing her way not with contempt or condescension, like the sort of looks she'd received most of her life, but with hope. They were looking to her for guidance, for direction, for reassurance. "You!" she snarled. Olgris backed up in alarm as she jabbed the silver spear toward him. "Give me one reason why we should let you surrender. One reason why we shouldn't execute you here and now." He eyed the tip of the silver spear. She could see he was genuinely afraid. Afraid of the spear. Afraid of her. Because I helped stop the master's escape, killed his necromancers, and saved this woman from certain demise.
Who would believe a word you say?
Hinkle, said Kerstin weakly, gingerly reaching up. What he says is true. Whatever his faults, he is the reason the Grand Mage didn't get away. Her aunt coughed. And for what little it's worth, he did save my life. It was true enough. Kerstin would be dead if not for Olgris. But did that account for all the evil he'd done? All the lives he'd taken? I say just kill him now and be done with it, said Queen Narrankari bitterly. He's already had his trial. He's already had his execution as well, Lord Magnus added reluctantly. Olgris swallowed nervously, gullet moving up and down. I should like to speak with King Vashean. He's dead, said Hinkle. He appeared genuinely distraught. His breath quickened, and anxious tears filled his eyes. Look, I have information of the utmost value. Lord Magnus stepped forward and placed his hand on Hinkle's shoulder. Do you know the identity of the traitor of Clom? The Count nodded eagerly. Dame Tanith Poella. Sir Cranmer scoffed in disbelief, but Lord Magnus turned very pale. Dame Tanith, the Iron Countess? You don't believe me? Olgris said darkly. Of course you don't. That's the point. She was in command of this whole affair. She was giving you orders and secretly informing the Grand Mage of your every move. Up until King Vashean confronted him in the palace. Then she helped me escape. Killed her own men right in front of me. I'm telling you, it was horrible to watch. She told me about the Black Unit, and gave me the spell book. Kerstin suddenly growled in pain. Hinkle dropped to her side and cradled her head as she slipped out of consciousness. Behind her, someone called for a physician. Hinkle noticed Kerstin did not have her broom. She looked up at the heap of rubble. It was gone, then. It and the spellbook crushed under many tons of earth and stone. She had a feeling, though, a bittersweet sense that while they were destroyed or lost forever, the crimes involving them would soon be brought to light. Lord Magnus pressed his hand to his brow, staring off into space. This just doesn't make sense. Indeed, said Sir Cranmer. Dame Tanith is widely known for her fanatical devotion to the crown. That's what I thought, said Olgris desperately. But her devotion was to King Torg, not Vashean. She considered him a traitor against his father. He was in league with the Grand Mage, you know. Your old king. King Vashean was investigating him. Hinkle remembered what Kerstin had said about Lymphina's disappearance and her father's deal with the Okari. I think, she said, he might be telling the truth. Hinkle, said Lord Magnus, do you know something about this? About King Torg? Hinkle lowered her eyes to her aunt. She does. You see, said Olgris, pointing down at her, it's true about King Torg. And think about it. If he was involved, you think his right-hand knight wouldn't know? You think she wouldn't be helping me? That she wouldn't be present at the secret meetings? Lord Magnus gave Sir Cranmer a nod. Very well, said Sir Cranmer. Take him in. You'll live, Olgris, at least for today. The Count breathed a sigh of relief. But as the men moved to take him into custody, a cold wind began to blow. The hair stood up on Hinkle's arms as a green mist hissed up from beneath Olgris's feet. The soldiers whispered and cursed, backing away. Shouts of horror broke out as shadows reached from the darkness of the broken corridor, slithering out over the battered keep wall and down the rubble like creeping, grasping tentacles. "What is this?" squealed Olgris, recoiling from the inky tendrils. "No! Get away! No! Help! Somebody help me!" Whatever hatred Hinkle felt for him before, she only pitied him now. She stood up from Kerstin's side, and where everyone else was shrinking away, she stepped forward to save him. "Here! Take my hand!" He reached out and grabbed hold, but it seemed a foolish idea. What good would it do? She couldn't stop what was happening. Not even with the silver spear. All she could do was look him in the eye and feel his overwhelming fear and sadness as the shadows wrapped around his legs, enveloping him like the tentacles of a black squid strangling its prey. "Don't let go!" he hissed through gritted teeth. "Don't let go of my hand! Don't let... No! No!" And the shadow overtook him completely, and his hand melted into black liquid, slipping through his fingers as the obsidian form folded in on itself and seeped into the ground like a puddle of ink. Hinkle slowly lowered her hand in wonder. Olgris was gone. "God's breath!" gasped Lord Magnus. "What just happened?"
"I should say that without the Grand Mage, whatever dark magic held Olgris in being has come unraveled," suggested Sir Cranmer, "and that he was summoned back to the void."
Hinkle shook her head. That was a teleportation spell. He was summoned, very much against his will, but not back to the void. "Well, a Shaley have mercy on him wherever he's gone," said Lord Magnus. "It seems the Grand Mage's co-conspirators are not all accounted for. Though after today, I should say it will be some time before they dare to venture out into the open again." He turned to the Queen. "If one of my humble station may deign to offer such a suggestion, Your Majesty, our kingdoms may wish to pool our information and resources to hunt down these individuals." Narrated nodded. "It shall be an item of discussion once we are both able to get back in order. If you could bring it up with Princess—" She gave Hinkle a look. "With Queen Lemphina." "I most certainly will, Your Majesty." Sir Cranmer shifted uncomfortably, wincing as he put too much weight on his bad side, causing Narrated to wave a soldier in to help her hold up the injured knight.
"Might I ask," he growled in pain, "what your lordship thinks of this arrest warrant, now that her ladyship has been implicated in highest treason?"
Lord Magnus looked up at the sky. "Forgive me," asked the Queen, "but what is this of which you speak?" Hinkle felt their eyes on her, and she turned, shifting her gaze between the three of them. "I received an urgent message last night just before the battle," began Lord Magnus, "from Dame Tanith. A warrant for the arrest of Kerstin of Clom, naming her as the traitor of her city and a conspirator against His Majesty, and accusing her of many other rather serious offences. I am afraid, Hinkle, this is terribly awkward. She named you and Sir Gilkrist as accessories to her crimes, and ordered you be apprehended for questioning." Hinkle hung her head. "Of course we thought it absurd," he said, "and Dame Tanith kept pressing her theory with His Majesty, though he would have none of it. Of course, if what Olgris says is true, we can see it was but a ruse to draw our attention from the Grand Mage, and that it was all a lie." "No," said Hinkle quietly. "Not all of it." What?" Hinkle looked down at her unconscious aunt. She was not going to lie any more. Not for Kerstin. Not for herself. She told them everything. About Fistrum and the Grand Mage. How Kerstin had been investigating King Torig's involvement, and had gotten wind of his plans, and had stolen the spellbook and attempted to save Lemphina by magicking her away. She told him about Kerstin's broom, how she ensnared human souls in it to power her magic. She told him about her lies, her meddling,
how she'd discovered the spellbook in the ruined chapel, how Sir Gilkrist found her there and what he'd made her do, how she'd never had a vision showing her the location of the Duke's door, how when Kerstin confronted her, she'd stolen the broom, only to be sent to Stelkogade, that she'd met Lymphina there, and that Sir Gilkrist and Kerstin had rescued them, though in truth Kirstin's true aim had been to retrieve the source of her power, and that up until they'd parted ways in Zerai, Kerstin had been under Sir Gilkrist's arrest, and was to face trial in Amarel. As she said all this, a man in a surgeon's apron squeezed through the onlooking soldiers, and knelt beside her and began examining her aunt. After checking her over, he said that other than a few broken fingers and a dislocated shoulder, she would be fine in a couple hours, though he warned that she was in desperate need of rest, and that she must avoid any strenuous activity for some time, as she'd received repeated trauma to the head.
"That should prove little problem," said Sir Cranmer, then added softly, "Based on your testimony, Hinkle, I'm afraid your aunt will wake up in irons." "Yes, I'm afraid so," said Lord Magnus sadly.
He nodded discreetly, and 2 soldiers stepped forward from the rest. Hinkle stood up as they stooped down and began to drag Kerstin away by the arms. Narrated watched after them in disbelief. "Surely, Lord Magnus, some leniency is in order. That woman saved my life."
"Perhaps so, your Majesty, but I have barely summarized the crimes she is accused of. It seems that Dame Tanna's warrant was not entirely fabricated, but sown with a kernel of truth. More than a kernel, according to this young maiden. There is much to be investigated where the Witch of Clom is concerned."
"For my part, though, your lordship," said Hinkle, turning to Lord Magnus, "I've practiced forbidden magic, and I've conspired to deceive the king." Sir Cranmer shut his eyes sadly, and Narrated looked between them in bewilderment. Hinkle knelt, and Lord Magnus shrank back in horror as she offered him the silver spear. Then he smiled and put a hand on her shoulder.
"Young maid, whatever you've done, you clearly wish to make it right now. I accept your surrender. You shall travel with me in my custody. However, may God strike me blind if I put you in chains, or take from you this sacred object which far greater powers than I have placed in your charge. You'll stay with me until such a time as you and I can both sit down together with Queen Lymphina and talk about this. Because," he sighed, "damn if I'm the one to figure all this out." They all looked up as a bugle sounded a double blast, and a man shouted down from the wall, "My lord, a large force approaches!" Chapter 37. Lord Magnus threw up his hands. "Now what is it? How? Under what banner, man?"
"The Kerrigan Royal Arms, my lord."
"Ah, that'll be your little sister, then," he said, as Narrated perked up with an anxious look. "Get that orange and black off the pole. Hoist the Lily of Kerrigal. Make sure our colours are underneath. No, theirs first. Ours underneath. Open the gates and raise the portcullis, and signal for parley. I don't want this to look like anything other than what it is."
"And what is that?" asked Narrated, as she and one of the men helped Sir Cranmer sit down against a broken slab of stone. Lord Magnus straightened his tunic and raised his chin.
"A great Kerrigan victory."
The Queen peered at him curiously.
"My lord, their flag party is approaching."
"Yes, good. You men disperse and make yourselves busy. Knights, form up on me."
As the men leapt into motion, Lord Magnus positioned Hinkle to the right of Narrated and stood himself on her left. Horses whinnied. Hooves rumbled on the road outside the gate. Hinkle realized her heart was racing as Princess Pavienka and her entourage galloped into the ward. The Princess Regent was dressed in full armor. Her visor was open. The pink plume of her helm flowed back in the wind.
She drew her steed to a halt. Her red-rimmed eye searched the ward, then sprung wide as she saw her sister, and she swung down from the saddle and tore off her helm. "Narrankeri! Narrankeri!" Narrankeri's lip quivered. Her breath hitched. She ran to her with arms outstretched, and the two sisters caught each other in a violent embrace, the older sobbing quietly and whispering in Kerrigan, the younger weeping shamelessly. After a moment, Narrankeri pulled away. "Look at us," she sniffled. "We must comport ourselves like royalty." Pavienka smiled through her tears and wiped her face, then stepped back and stood up straight. "Your Majesty," she said, dropping to one knee. "So glad to see you safe." At this, Lord Magnus marched toward them. Hinkle recognized the scar-faced Dame Mikra in the princess's retinue, hovering her hand over her sword. He wheeled sharply and stomped to attention as Pavienka rose to her feet, then threw up a stiff salute. "God in heaven, Commander! I thought you'd never arrive!" Pavienka frowned, then glanced over her shoulder as if she thought he might be speaking with someone else. You... what?" "Lord Magnus Icronel the 14th, at your service. We have been eagerly awaiting your reinforcements. As your Highness can see, Her Majesty is safe. The Grand Mage is no more. His disciples are dead or in captivity." "Yes, that is excellent news. But why do you call me your commander?" "Why, did you not come all the way from Zerai with a large force of cavalry to rescue your sister? Did you not send Sir Pilvenor ahead with a squadron of knights, so a Kerrigan marshal might lead the charge against the Grand Mage?" Pavienka turned white as she looked at her sister in bewilderment. Hinkle saw Sir Cranmer was grinning and shaking his head. "He is giving us the credit," Narrankeri said, eyeing Lord Magnus fondly. "He's downplaying his involvement, to make it look like he only lent us aid, while we handled the matter ourselves, rather than marching a huge army halfway across our kingdom without permission." "Doubtless there shall be rumour," said Lord Magnus, "but the truth shall go in my report. I believe," he sighed, "this is how His Majesty would have wanted it." Pavienka looked at him strangely. "Would have?" Her eyes widened. "Surely King Vashean is not—" Lord Magnus hung his head and folded his hands behind his back. "Sadly, your Highness, it is so. He and Sir Pilvenor both gave their lives to save your sister." Her eyes shimmered. "I didn't listen to him. He was right, and I didn't listen." "Neither did I," said Narrankeri. "And perhaps if you had," said Lord Magnus, "things might have happened differently. But I think, and I may be wrong in saying this, but I think the way things are, both the good and the very bad, are the way things were meant to be. All will be well. That's what King Vashean used to say. All will be well. And maybe when it is, we'll understand what it was all about. Anyhow, you look like you've been riding a horse for 3 days straight. And you look like you spent the last 3 days in an evil wizard's dungeon. What say we quit this uncomfortable ruin and retire to my camp on the hill? I'll give you my tent, have baths drawn up, and refreshments brought in. Meagre offering for women of your caliber, I know, but it's the best I can afford." Narrankeri put her hand on his arm. "Thank you. You've been marvelous. I dare say I've half a mind not to let you leave this kingdom." Well, Hinkle," he was blushing as he turned and waved her over. "Come here, please. You'd better join us as well. This is Hinkle of Sweetwater, guardian of the Silver Spear, and the heroine of the day. I believe you already know Princess Pavienka." Pavienka lowered her eyes. "We've met, yes?" "Well, splendid. We can all be friends now. I'm sure we're all curious to hear each other's stories. I know I am. Speaking of which, I hear Lemfina was on the run from you. Did she ever get away? She did, yes. Oh, good. No harm, no foul. So, Cranmer, when you're ready, please dismiss the knights.
Yes, grunted the Lord of Tirth, as he struggled to his feet. But, your lordship, I should remind you before we let it lie too long. We must warn his grace about her ladyship.
Indeed, Sir Cranmer, indeed. He tapped his finger against his nose. I've a plan in mind already.
Chapter 38. The sky was black with storm clouds. Rain pelted down, casting a dreary haze over the city of Clom. Gutters were overflowing, the streets were flooded, and the inner ward of the castle had turned into an archipelago of grassy puddles. Dame Tanith peered down from the window at a pair of maidservants as they ran from one of the outbuildings to the keep, one arm draped across the sill, finger tapping impatiently. She eyed Squire Janessa, who sat on a bench in the corner of the study, sewing a stitch in her white surcoat. Or trying to. The girl couldn't get the thread through the needle. She held her breath as she watched her, irritation rising in her like a kettle coming to a boil. Janessa paused and looked up, and she realized she'd ceased her tapping. "Something the matter, madam?" She let out a long breath and set her jaw, then turned back to the window without answering. What the matter was that she hadn't received word from the front in ages. She'd been prepared for long breaks in communication. She'd expected it. That was the nature of armies corresponding from afar. But this was too long, especially when so much was up in the air. It was one thing not to hear from Lord Magnus. That was almost certainly good news, for it likely meant he had been vanquished. But to hear nothing from the master... No, that did not bode well. And hearing nothing at all might indicate the worst. No, she would not give in to that sort of speculation. It only played on the nerves, made one anxious, made one jump to conclusions. No, she'd hold fast, stand her ground, and await clear evidence that the situation had come under their control, or had taken a turn for the worst. She caught movement out of the corner of her eye, and nearly bolted from her chair as the shadowy form of a rider galloped over the stone bridge beneath the outer and inner gates. About time! She calmed herself with a deep breath, and resumed her tapping, pretending to watch him casually as he headed into the stable. In truth, her heart was pounding in her throat. "Messengers arrived," she said coolly. Janessa looked up, still unable to get the thread through that needle. "Would you like me to leave, madam?" "No," she said, nearly too quickly. "No, stay. I may require you." "As you wish." She stood up, crossed her arms, and for several moments watched the ward below. That messenger was taking his sweet time in the stable. Finally, she saw him emerge and cross toward the keep. She squeezed her fingers into her arm, holding her breath, counting the seconds it might take him to pass through the castle. She whirled around as she heard his squishing footsteps ascending the stairs, and stormed out into the hall to head him off. He saw her as he reached the top, gave a nod, and said, "Madam," under his breath, but to her alarm, turned to head off in the other direction. "Harbinger, I am here." "I am sorry, madam," he said, looking back over his shoulder. "I have nothing for you." She felt a twitch in her lip. "But you have just come from Lord Magnus, have you not?" "Indeed, madam." "But then how can there be no correspondence?" "Apologies, madam. I have only a message for his grace." Her stomach did a flip, and she felt a cold tingling in her fingertips as she watched the rain-sopped rider continue away down the hall. This did not bode well. This did not bode well in the least. "Janissa," she said, her voice nearly breaking. "Stop what you're doing, go down to the stables and ready my horse." "Yes, madam, but are you sure? The physician hadn't... And in this rain? Damn it, Janissa!" "Yes, madam, right away, madam." Dame Tanith pressed her hand over her stomach and hurried after the messenger as Janissa donned her cloak and scurried down the stairs. Her wound burned dreadfully. She winced as she quickened her pace, engaging her stiff abdominal muscles, then broke into a jog, grunting in pain. The messenger looked back as he heard her coming behind. "Stop," she said. "Come to attention." The messenger came to attention, an expression on his face something between annoyance and exasperation. She held out her hand. "Show me the correspondence." "It is for the Duke, madam." "I wish to see it." "Madam, that's an order." He grimaced, and a lump formed in the back of her throat as he reluctantly took out the leather cylinder and popped off the top, then took out the parchment scroll sealed in wax with the royal insignia of His Majesty himself. Above the seal were the words, "For Lord Kendrick's eyes only." Her mouth was dry. Her fingers tingled as she held the scroll. She flicked her eyes up to the messenger. If this correspondence said what she feared it might, it would be better to read it and be sure. If it did not, there would be consequences, though they would be less dire than the alternative. Far less. She screwed her black-rimmed monocle in place, shivering as she broke the wax seal and unfurled the scroll. Her blood ran cold. "His Majesty, King Vashean of Akos, first of that name. To His Grace, Lord Kendrick Clementus. Praise be to the god of Morag. We have taken Castle Waz and defeated the Grand Mage and his forces. But in so doing, certain information has arisen which provokes the greatest urgency. Within his confession, Count Olgris has named Dame Tanith Puella as the traitor of Clom. Therefore, we order her immediate arrest by any force necessary. She is to be held in chains until our return. Do not delay in this matter." She read it again. Surely there was some mistake. But no. Her insides smoldered at the injustice. Torg's son, this young king who was nearly half her age, who had striven against his own father, her one and only true liege lord. He dared to name her a traitor, calling for her to be put in chains. Her hands trembled, and her breath hissed from her nostrils. There must be some way, some information some act of betrayal she could offer. She shook her head and stared at the letter again, not at the words, but at the actual penmanship. It was Lord Magnus's handwriting. Perhaps if this letter had come from him, she might have a little more sway. She could spin it as a ploy against the realm, saying that Magnus had been turned somehow, by Kerstin, by the Grand Mage even. But a letter dictated by the king himself, impressed with the royal seal. She felt tears of all things, welling up in her eyes, and she drew in a shuddering breath as she delicately rolled up the scroll. It was over. They'd been defeated. She'd been found out. Everything they'd worked for, all the lies, murder, deception, all burned up. There was nothing left for her now in Akos, but to leave as quickly as possible. She sniffed and eyed the messenger, who was staring at her curiously. One quick jerk of her hand, and she could have her blade in his ribs, burn the letter. No one would ever... No. Something Janessa had said had been niggling at the back of her mind. Those bloody footprints. That had been much too close. Much too close. No, she must draw as little attention to herself as possible. Take as few risks as she could. She raised her chin and handed the scroll back to the messenger. His Grace is not here, she lied. He is in his villa in the heart of the valley. You must take it to him there. That should buy her enough time to get out of here. And what shall I tell his Grace when he finds his letter has been opened? The truth, that I demanded to see it, lest it have some information pertinent to the campaign. He will understand, and I shall bear full responsibility.
As you will, madam. Good day.
He turned back for the stairs, and as he disappeared down the stairwell, she threw her hand to her mouth and gagged, leaning on the wall for support. She took a breath. She must compose herself. She was already ahead of the game. She had a horse waiting. She'd discovered it before the Duke. She had the advantage. She could do it. She could get away with this. There'd be time to process after. She'd make straight for Lehman and board a ship to, well, wherever the earliest one was headed. She returned to the study and retrieved her cloak, then unlocked a drawer in the desk, and withdrawing a pouch full of coins, fastened it to her belt and shot a glance out the window. Weather like this, the Harbinger would want to stay inside for a moment, warm up by the fire, have a hot bite in the kitchen before setting off again. She'd be on her way before him. And yes, if she went to Lehman, they'd be taking the same road. It was one thing to deal with him in the castle where the risk of discovery was at a maximum. It was quite another to meet him alone in the forest on a dark, rainy day. Yes, that would buy her more time yet. She pulled her cloak over her shoulders and headed out into the hall and down the stairwell, nearly giddy at how well it was playing out. She was already formulating a lie for Janessa. She'd have questions for her. Where was she going at such short notice? What would she tell his Grace? Was she sure she didn't want her to go as well? She felt a pang of regret. She was fond of the girl, despite her faults. She'd miss her company. It was a shame it had come to this. But it couldn't be helped. Survival always came at the cost of some form of... She stopped dead as the Duke's voice boomed up from the foyer below.
What do you mean? No, I'm not going to my villa. What? No, I was never there. And this has already been opened.
A cold feeling spread over her. Dame Tanith backed up the stairwell, carefully, so as not to make a sound, calculating the amount of time it would take Lord Kendrick to finish reading the letter, and given the nature of its contents, potentially read it a second time. Then to recover from his disbelief and sound the alarm. She turned, hastened her steps, then broke into a run. A sharp pain made her press her hand over her stomach. It felt wet. She dashed down the carpeted hallway and around the corner, wrenched open a narrow little door and slipped inside, her feet fluttering on the steps as she descended an obscure stairwell used by the servants to access the upper floors from the kitchen. "Out of my way!" she snarled. The cook and maids scurried to get out of her path. One of the girls squawked as she shoved her aside, leaving a bloody handprint on her apron and sending a pan full of roast goose clattering to the floor. "What's all this, then?" cried the cook. She paid the man no heed. She tore open the crude door that led out to the ward and ducked out into the pouring rain. She pulled on her hood as she shambled for the stable, the rush of falling water roaring in her ears, fire lapping her guts with every step. There was an orange glow coming from inside. Squire Janessa, her white hood up, held a lantern as the two stable boys finished saddling her horse, and Janessa's too. The girl's eyes widened in that familiar way, the way they did when she was bracing herself to receive the brunt of her severity. I'm sorry, madam. They were making quick work of it, but they've only just finished now. Just give me 2 moments, and I can have all this loaded. She drew in an irritated breath as she glanced at the neat pile of gear in the corner. Saddlebags filled with provisions, their overnight bags, 2 tight rolls of blankets, their mail, helms, Janessa's crossbow and a bundle of bolts, extra swords of various weights and lengths. Everything they'd need if they were making a hard ride for the battlefront. And she'd gotten all this ready in those brief moments since she'd sent her to the stables. It hardly seemed possible. The corner of her mouth twitched with a smirk of pride. She'd trained her well. Janessa was an excellent squire. Had she more time, perhaps she might have been the best of them all. Perhaps if she kept her in the dark, she could still... She hardened her heart. No, never mind all that. I need to go now. But do you not wish me to accompany you? Janessa gasped as she stared at the blotch of dark reddening her midriff. Madam, you... Never mind, girl. She gripped the front pommel and the rear of the saddle, but growled in pain as she tried to raise her foot for the stirrup. You have to... help me up. But, madam, do as I say. Janessa bent down, and Dame Tanith raised her foot into her cupped hands and allowed her to lift her foot to the stirrup. Then with great pain and exertion, and help from Janessa and the stable boys, she pulled herself up into the saddle. Madam, may I ask where you're going? She ignored her, huffing, and clutched her stomach. It was bleeding worse than before. She'd have a grisly job later, removing those stitches and sewing herself back up. Bloody Olgris. Aye, she panted. I'm off to... No, madam, I must protest, said Janessa, handling her steed by the bridle. You are in no condition to be riding anywhere. Iron Countess or nay. Out of my way. But Janessa remained firm. No, madam, you need the physician. A sharp bugle cry sent her heart into her throat. Out of my way, damn you! She felt a stab of fire as she gave the horse the spurs, and the noble beast reared up with a wild whinny. Janessa turned pale and barely leapt clear as she charged out of the stable, nearly bashing her head on the lintel. Men were coming from the keep. She could hear the shrill shouts of Sir Welby from the castle steps. Lord Kendrick hobbled out behind him among several others, all of them pointing and shouting and waving their arms. There she is! Stop her! Stop her, for heaven's sake! Shut the gates! Shut the gates! The distance from the keep to the gatehouse was twice as far as it was from the stable, and she was 3/4 of the way there. As the portcullis came rattling down with a squeaking and clanking of heavy chain, she leaned forward and to the side, holding her breath, her heart stopping as the bar swooshed down behind her and slammed into place, just missing the rump of her horse by a hair's breadth. She counted in her head, estimating the reaction time of the guards above the gatehouse, and how long it would take them to knock arrows to their bows. The brief moment gained by the element of surprise, by catching an enemy in their confusion. 6, 7, 8. She yanked hard on the reins and drew her steed aside, grinning madly as arrows clacked off the stone bridge that connected the inner and outer ward. She nearly laughed with delight. She thundered toward the outer gatehouse. The guards there would have a slower time as they would have to throw the switch on the outer portcullis. She heard it rattling down, but she was nearly there. She began the count again, then jerked hard a second time. Arrows whizzed past her, planking harmlessly off the stone flags. Her heart soared. She could see now the portcullis would not slam into place until after she was past. She was going to make it. Freedom was before her. A race over the drawbridge and out of the city, and she would be home free. She laughed aloud to herself, then jerked forward as something hit her in the back. She frowned in surprise down at the gory metal point protruding from her right breast. How in the... Who had... To her dismay, she began slumping to one side, causing her horse to veer toward the side of the stone bridge. She had miscalculated, and as she tipped out of the saddle and fell head first, her mind was still grasping to figure it out. The gatehouse guards had already loosed their shafts. Those coming from the keep could not have reached the portcullis in time to make the shot. That left only... She chuckled with pride, the wind whistling in her ears. There was a hollow crack as her neck broke against the hard ground at the bottom of the bridge. Behind the portcullis, Squire Janissa lowered her crossbow, rain pattering around her. She'd taken the shot as soon as she'd had her in her sights. She had not hesitated. Chapter 39. It was cold in the royal crypt, and quiet. So quiet you could hear the air groaning among the great stone pillars and the vaulted ceilings in the yawning dark above. Here beneath the palace of Amaral slept the kings and queens of Akos past. King Vashean's parents were here, his grandparents, and all his forebears from generations long before. And now King Vashean himself had come to take his place among them. He was wrapped in strips of white cloth and lay in a stone sarcophagus, the engraved lid set to one side on a pair of boards. His crown lay on his chest, and the smell of him permeated the vast undercroft. Not the stink of death, but the sweet smell of spices and fragrant oils, and puffs of incense which still wafted around the base of the sarcophagus. Silvery light shimmered in the lingering wisps of smoke, emanating from the silver spear, which rested on the altar at the head of the crypt, beneath a shadowy fresco of a Shaylee in the forest of Kerban, appearing to Morag after his victory over death. Much the same, Hinkle thought, as she gazed wistfully at the engraving, as King Vashean himself had done. Some ways off, a heavy door creaked open and boomed shut, and footsteps clacked toward her from the dark. Hinkle exhaled nervously and folded her hands, casting her eyes to the floor as the yellowish glow of torches swelled from a connecting corridor. She'd been dreading this moment since the smoke cleared after the battle. Lemfina strode towards her, hands in tight fists at her sides. Her face... Hinkle couldn't bear to look her in the eye. She wore a dark blue dress and a silver tiara in her hair, and she looked more like a princess than Hinkle had yet seen her. Though now she was more than a princess. Lord Magnus and several purple-cloaked men-at-arms, some of whom had been with the king at the very end, followed behind her, several of them bearing torches. Hinkle sank into a solemn curtsy as Lemfina stopped before her. "Your Majesty," she said. Lemfina stared stone-faced at the body of her brother. "Leave us." The men turned back the way they came, and Hinkle moved to accompany them, but Lemfina held up her hand. "Not you, Hinkle. Stay, please." She nodded, and a long silence lingered between them as the torchlight receded into the dark and the heavy door creaked open and shut once more. Lemphina let out a tired sigh and paced around the side of the sarcophagus and gingerly reached down to touch the white-wrapped body, but hesitated and withdrew her hand. Lord Magnus tells me you were with him in his final moments. I was, Your Majesty. Then she added quietly, hoping she wouldn't resent her for it. He died for me, and maybe also for many others as well. Lemphina placed one hand on the edge of the sarcophagus, her eyes shimmering as she looked away into the dark. It was always in his nature to sacrifice himself for others. It was almost like he was looking for an opportunity. As long as I'd known him, he... She paused, sniffling as she wiped a tear from her face. He lived more in the next world than he did in this one. It always seemed like a foolish dream to me. This heavenly realm. A Shaylee. Life after death. She shook her head. But for him, this life was the dream, and what might come after, the true wakefulness. And now, all I can hope for is that he was right, and that we'll see each other again. She raised her chin with a shaking breath. But for now, she said, the world will be a cold and empty place without him. The crown shall be a heavy burden indeed. But I shall try to be a fair queen, just and merciful, just as he was. Hinkle sighed. The worst was over, the moment she'd been dreading. But there was still another unpleasant issue to get out of the way. I'm afraid there's something I need to tell Your Majesty. Lemphina turned her head slightly and peered at her from the corner of her eye, waiting for her to continue. I've done some things. Bad things. Lemphina silenced her with a raised hand and shut her eyes. I know. Hinkle felt a flush of irritation. Lord Magnus had promised to allow her to be the one to tell her. Had he... Sir Gilkrist mentioned it in his confession. His confession? Aye, he has confessed to witchcraft. He said he forced you to do it, and that he threatened you. Nevertheless, he has implicated you as a conjurer and a spirit channeler. Hinkle lowered her gaze. That would be true, yes. Lemphina turned toward the altar and folded her hands behind her back. I have dismissed these charges. Just like that, she was off the hook. And yet, instead of feeling relieved, she felt almost let down, like she'd won a game by cheating. No, Your Majesty. I've done wrong. I should face justice. The Queen's face turned grave. Hinkle, your crimes are punishable by death, whether you acted under duress or not. You said yourself, my brother died for you. Do not presume I would scorn his sacrifice so readily by having you stoop to the executioner's block. You are acquitted. There was no arguing with her then. May I ask about Sir Gilkrist? He shall not be getting off so easily. Her heart thumped. Surely Your Majesty does not mean to let me go free while you sentence him to... death? No. I have commuted his sentence to temporary exile. It shall be a great torment for him, but I believe it will serve him well. She sighed with relief. Your aunt, on the other hand, is a different story. I have already opened an investigation into her activities. I did so shortly after landing in Erlua, in an effort to better understand this whole affair. She pressed her fingertips together, brow knitting into a frown. It becomes rather complex where Kerstin is concerned. Far more, I expect, than either of us has realized. There will be a trial eventually. I understand she is reposing in Lord Kendrick's dungeon. When she is healed and fit, assuming the woman does not succumb to her injuries, she will journey the rest of the way here to the capital. We will receive her account and get to the bottom of all this. There are some names which elude us still, and I believe she knows them." Hinkle thought of the shadow creeping out of the ruined castle of Waz and snatching Olgris up against his will. As to her fate, Hinkle looked quickly away, and then Fida sighed and clenched her fists. "Again, this is complex where your aunt is involved. The vultures are circling. Already my advisors whisper to me of the uses of such a woman, the ways she might benefit the realm, what a resource she might be with her power and knowledge, regardless of the things she's done." "You would keep her alive as a slave?" "Some would. All I can tell you, Hinkle, is that if your aunt ever leaves the Tower of Amaral, it will not be for a very long time." Chapter 40. The prison gate creaked open, and Gilkrist squinted against the rosy twilight. He shivered in the winter wind, and pulled the wool blanket tighter around his shoulders. The cold stone shocked the bare soles of his feet, snatching his breath as he shambled across the frosty ward. The guards were taking him toward the docks. It had been more than 3 months since his confession. 3 months of lounging in Lady Cayley's dungeon. Now his time in a cell was finished, and his punishment would commence. Morua. That's where he was going. He was returning to that place, the place which had left a hole in his heart, a wound that had rotted and spread to the rest of him. The thought of going back made him feel colder than the chill breeze sweeping in from the harbor. It made him want to weep. And yet he knew the horror he felt was the horror of one on whom a surgeon was about to operate. The sickening fear of the gleaming knives, menacing saws, thick straps and blood-stained table. The dread of losing a limb, of an amputation, of a terrifying procedure. But one which would save his life and would stop the spread of the deadly infection. Indeed, the tears he would shed would be bitter medicine. Already a great font was welling up in him, and he knew that in those frigid waters he would purify his soul. He was almost eager to face it, to let go of the fist he had been clenching so tightly since that awful day. They passed under an arch in the wall, where the guards muttered in greeting to 2 of their comrades, and they turned the corner onto the docks. Seagulls screeched. Surf hissed underneath the quay. Workmen shouted as they loaded cargo, hurrying to catch the tide. He'd be boarding another merchant ship, a single-masted trade cog, much smaller than the Cottish caravel that had brought them from Zerai. He could see which ship was his from the carriage parked beside the gangplank. Lady Cayley, he expected, come to see him off. It was strange. 3 years ago, he'd arrived on these very docks a broken hero, knighted by the king himself. Now he was going back, more broken still, and in dishonor, stripped of rank and nobility, with naught to his name but the rags which clothed him. It would be temporary, this exile. Once Her Majesty was satisfied with his penance, he would be recalled, and all would be restored to him. Well, nearly all. He'd received a distraught letter from Lady Isla, lamenting that the new queen had revoked their betrothal and arranged for her to marry a Scottish nobleman instead. He hadn't written back. After all, what was there to say but that he was relieved? He had, however, learned from Lady Cayley, who had condescended to dine with him in his cell one evening a week, that his cousin would be marrying a handsome nephew of the vizier himself. A young man not much different than she was, too elite to be anywhere near a battlefield, who had not been turned hard and callous by the sorrows of the world and by the guilt of bloodshed. Indeed, she would be much better off. He almost smiled as he thought of Lady Cayley delivering the news, the candlelight shimmering in her raised glass, searching his face to perceive his reaction. He disappointed her by not being more upset. She'd have rathered him be heartbroken. She'd told him as much. And his silence, intolerable, absolutely unacceptable. The poor girl. In truth, he expected every word he uttered in his cell to reach his cousin's ear. She was a busybody, Lady Cayley, a hopeless gossip-monger. Still, he'd miss her company. He was glad she'd come to say goodbye. But as they approached and the carriage door opened, it was not Lady Cayley who got out. His heart skipped a beat, and warmth rushed into his chest, making him forget the cold. Hinkle was dressed in a white fur cloak, her blue eyes glittering from beneath the hood. She looked like a duchess herself. But as she bared her head, he felt a pang of sadness. She'd cut her hair, clipped it off at the back of her neck, just below the ear. She hadn't taken the veil yet, but she would. Aye, she would. What she was doing here was a mystery to him, but he was glad to see her, thrilled, and not just a little nervous. "Hinkle," he said, "what are you?" "My lord." She stopped herself and looked down. "Gilkrist." It sounded awkward, especially coming from her. But it was the way it was now. Their roles had largely been reversed. "I've come on Her Majesty's behalf," she said. "She thought I should, and I was happy to." "It's good to see you," he said. "It's good to see you too." Then she raised her chin. "I have instruction. When you arrive in Morrowa, there will be a monk there to meet you, Brother Malcolm. He will guide you as you minister to the poor and the sick." She nodded at the guard by the gangplank, and he produced a set of keys and stooped down to unfasten the shackles around his ankles. "I also wanted to say," she said, her eyes shimmering as she held his gaze, "that I do forgive you. Really." His breath caught in his chest. It was as if a heavy weight was lifted from his shoulders, and as the chains clattered from his wrists to be gathered up by the guards, he felt indeed like a free man. "Thank you," he whispered. A lump formed in his throat. "I suppose, then, this is goodbye." She nodded silently and asked if the guards might give them a moment, and the man who'd unlocked his chains reminded her the ship was putting off soon. "Thank you, we won't be long," she said. She waited until they were some distance away, then came in close toward him and looked up into his face, her glistening eyes catching the rose light of the setting sun. "I did mean what I said that night in the field." She was blushing as she said it. Again he felt that buzzing warmth in the center of his chest. "I know," he said. "Even before you told me, I felt it." He took her by the hand. "And as stupid as I've been about it." Yes, he would say it now. Right or wrong, he would not depart while it was still unspoken. "Hinkle, I love you as well." She smiled sadly, her face forming a hurt expression. She never looked so beautiful as she did then. Cheeks flushed pink from the cold, snowflakes lighting gently in her cropped hair. I had hoped. Now she looked down from his gaze. But you were right, however we might feel. It can never be. She raised her eyes to his again, her face firm and determined despite her longing. I must live into the vow I have taken. Indeed, he said, his voice trembling with unexpected emotion. You are the guardian. Only, I've been wondering about that girl from your vision. The one with the bouquet of violets. You said she'd be our daughter. He'd meant not to bring it up. The last thing he wanted was to make her feel like he was trying to back her in a corner. But she only shook her head, like he'd told a silly joke. I knew you'd ask. But I don't know, honestly. What I do know is that what I was shown, whatever it might mean, is not up to us to bring into being. I believe that vision came to me for a reason. But we may never know that reason until the hereafter. And that's okay. He squeezed her hand in his. You've changed much since that day I found you in the woods. She smiled sadly. So have you. Hinkle, I hope that, whatever happens, you find happiness in the Abbey. Truly. And I hope that in Morrowa you find peace. Do you think we'll ever see each other again? If not in this life, then in the one to come. They both looked up as someone on the ship called, All aboard! And over his shoulder, he sensed the guards coming back. Something like panic flashed in Hinkle's face. Then to his surprise, she stepped yet closer toward him and tilted her face to his. His heart racing, he put his hands on her arms and drew her against him, and lowered his mouth to hers. But as she pressed her lips upon his own, he felt only sadness, for as the kiss of a bride and groom is the seal of a new beginning, he knew theirs marked the end. Goodbye, Sir Gilkrist, she said, pulling away. Goodbye. She scrunched her nose, stifling a sob, her red-rimmed eyes glistening wet, and a single tear rolled over her pink cheek, sparkling in the setting sun. Then she swept out of his way, pulling on her hood, and climbed back into the carriage, where she sat staring straight ahead. With a sigh, he turned and trudged up the gangplank. Later, he stood near the prow as the merchant vessel cut through the cold surf toward the last glint of gold on the horizon. Erlua was long behind them, visible only by the lights along the darkened shore. He breathed in the cold sea air. The stars were coming out, twinkling against the deep blue sky. For the first time in what seemed like a very long time, he felt that whatever happened, no matter how lamentable his actions had been, there was still hope, that someone was watching, someone strong and fair walking among the sorrows of the world, who heard every cry and sensed every pang of guilt, someone who saw and understood it all, who, when the sands of time had at last run out, would set it all aright, that all would be made new, and that one day they would all make sense of every tear that had ever been shed since the beginning of the world. He would look forward to that day like the coming of spring. Though it would become colder and darker before it came, the hope of its arrival would keep him warm. Chapter 41. It was not yet dawn when she entered the stable. The horses had not yet risen, and they pricked up their ears and climbed to their feet in their stalls as the light of her lantern roused them from sleep. They shook their heads and prodded her with their noses as she passed. "Good morning," she whispered, stroking their snouts and letting them nuzzle her neck and shoulders. Her smoking breath lingered in the air, shimmering orange in the lantern light. There was a groan and some rustling in a pile of hay as the two stable boys sat up, shielding their eyes. "Are you in need of your charger?" one of them said, staggering to his feet. "Aye, mine and Lord Tirth's." He sniffed and gave the other boy a kick. "Come on, then. I'll do his lordship's. You do hers." Squire Janessa stood back out of the way, holding up the lantern for them as they took down the heavy saddles off the wall and set them on the back of their steeds. It was strange doing this, being here. She'd not been in the stables since. She thought for sure she'd be arrested. She'd been expecting it. She hadn't bothered leaving the castle, save for the odd errand into town, and not even to prevent suspicion. Aye, she'd figured there'd already been enough of that to warrant a questioning. She just wanted to save them the trouble of coming after her. And so when she heard Sir Cranmer wanted to speak to her, she figured that's what it was. An interrogation, starting with the softer approach. A kindly old knight who'd known her as a child making inquiries, before they moved on to the sterner methods. She felt like she deserved it. Torture, execution. She felt like she was a traitor too. It didn't matter she'd been the one to bring her mistress down. She'd been at her side the entire time. She practically had their blood on her hands. Isolde, Havel, the others she'd murdered. Only she'd been too stupid to see it. She'd been fooled. Utterly fooled, right up until the very last. That was her alibi. Stupidity. Who was going to believe that? That she'd been too dumb to pick up on any of it when it was going on right in front of her face for months. Dame Tanith wouldn't have. No, she'd have skipped the foreplay and gotten right to the instruments, the contraptions. Aye, that's what she was expecting. Not for Sir Cranmer to ask her to be his squire. He'd been injured during the fight in Waz, and had arrived in Clom in a cart with the wounded. For some time, he spent most of the day in bed, or sitting in a chair by the window, and she'd done little work aside from writing letters, caring for his armor, and keeping up with her daily exercise. Sometimes he'd make her go pick out a book from the library to read to him, or he'd ask her to sing, or he just wanted to talk. He was friendly, Sir Cranmer, and kind. She'd forgotten what that was like. Over the weeks, she'd felt the tension easing in her shoulders, and she realized just how harsh her mistress had been. Then a letter had come from Osogel. It was from Dame Mildry, and had been expected. She'd transcribed Sir Cranmer's correspondence stating his account of his activities in Carrigal, and that he'd returned to Clom to recover. However, upon reading her reply, Sir Cranmer told her they'd be leaving Clom, and to pack up their gear and ready their horses in the morning. She heard footsteps crunching in the snow, and saw him limping across the ward from the keep in the grey winter light. She set down the lantern and checked the stable boys had fastened the straps tight while they loaded the beasts with the heavy bags of gear. "Good morning, my lord," she said, as he sauntered into the stable, stifling a yawn with his hand. She thanked the stable boys and led the animals out of the stable and steadied Sir Cranmer's destrier by the bridle as he put his foot through the stirrup and climbed up into the saddle.
I suppose you're wondering where we're off to, he said. All these refugees in Clom. He twisted around as his horse stamped about in a circle, then gave a small tug on the reins when it faced the direction of the gate. With order restored to Caragol, many of them will be returning home as the weather becomes warmer. However, a large number of them have decided to remain here. Dame Mildry has allocated lands for them to settle on, and I have been given command of the guard patrol for the road between Clom and Osogil. We must make the way safe for these vulnerable people. Road patrol. It seemed a step down from serving the Lady Marshal of Akos. Yet the simplicity of this task, and the goodness of it, would be a welcome relief. Traveling the roads of her home county, which he'd not frequented now for some years, hunting down bandits, it did not seem so bad. Not in the least. They rode out of the castle and down to the river where they met the ferryman and boarded the barge. The sun was a fiery streak of gold behind them now, turning the water into a strip of glassy flame. As the ferryman took them to the other side, Janissa shielded her eyes and looked north to where the construction of a new bridge had begun, cranes and staging spanning across the whole length of the river in the pink sunrise. There were few people out this early, and the bazaar square was all but empty as they passed the statue of Angeth Clementis. On the main way out of the city, they passed through an area where Olgris had set the city aflame, and many of the houses had been burned down. Most of them had been rebuilt already, and there was one block that Lord Kendrick had turned into a memorial. She followed Sir Cranmer's example and dismounted, and they led their horses past in solemn silence. It was a marble garden, clean stone surrounded by an iron gate. Snow had gathered on the main cenotaph, and the smaller dozen stelas surrounding it. These had the names of all the common soldiers, men-at-arms, women, and children who had died during the siege. There were still new stelas being built, and names added as the dead were counted and remembered. Etched in big letters on the cenotaph was the name of Lord Hammond Clementis. Below it were the names of Fingal, Isolde, and all the knights of Clom who died in defense of the city. At the very bottom, included in this noble roster, were the names Dame Selenera of Taliza and Lord Torzaga of Ranes, better known as the Knight of the Briar Rose. They continued on, saluting the guards as they passed through the main gates and crossed over the drawbridge. Squire Janissa felt a sense of dread rising in her as they rode over the shadow cast by the city wall, and she reined her steed to a halt. Crows cawed behind her. She took a deep breath and looked up at the wall. Hanging from chains from the parapet was a rotting gray leg. Crows pecked at it until a guard passing on the battlements lazily waved them away with the butt of his spear. This spectacle was the mark of a traitor. This was how her mistress would be remembered. Sir Cranmer was silently watching her, his blue eyes full of sympathy. Then after a moment, he turned away and gave his horse the spurs. "Come on, girl." She nodded and galloped after him, and they left the city behind them, the sun rising at their backs, warming the road ahead. Chapter 42. It was spring in Akos. Color had returned to the land. The valley pastures were lush and green. The poppy fields were blooming in the mountain hills, and in full blossom, the apple trees sprinkled the road with fragrant snow as the warm breeze rustled through their limbs. "Have I told you about the messenger this morning?" asked Lamphina, as she clopped along at the head of the vibrant procession of knights and royal attendants. Her eyes sparkled in the dappled sun,
and her dark hair fluttered in the gentle wind beneath her woven silver tiara. Hinkle was riding alongside her, in the veil and partial habit of a postulant. She shook her head. One of the letters was from Queen Narrated. It seems our mistress Guzela has finally been granted a pardon. They both glanced at the former courtesan, who rode behind them in a pink gown, her blonde hair done up in a coiled braid. She said nothing, and only nodded slightly as if to acknowledge this gesture from her ex-sovereign, but that it meant little to her in her new station. "What's more," said Lymphina, "Lady Usina and dear old Desprenzo have been pardoned as well." "Oh, good," said Hinkle. "I'm glad to hear it. Will they be reinstated, do you think?" "Usina will. She's a favourite of Narrated, and she did turn herself in. A wise move, I'd say, considering the fate of the palace ladies discovered to be in league with the enemy. Desprenzo, on the other hand—" "She's cutting him loose?" asked Hinkle in disbelief. "Not by choice, per se," said Lymphina slyly. Hinkle gasped. "You poached him!" "I did indeed. I wrote to the Vizier of Khazir. He'll be returning to present Cottish interests in Amarel, as he did before the war." "But is that wise? Of the Vizier, I mean. After Desprenzo risked so much on your behalf." "It's perfectly wise. From the Vizier's point, I am indebted to him. From my point, I could not have a more faithful ally and adviser. Our alliance will only become stronger than ever. Speaking of which, I'm sending Lord Magnus to Zerai to replace Ramsay Nightingale, our old ambassador, at Narraked's request." Hinkle smiled at the thought. "I'm sure he'll make an excellent ambassador." Lymphina arched her brow. "He'll make a good deal more than that, I dare say. If he doesn't watch out, he'll end up the next king of Caragol." Then the Queen's face became sober. "Hinkle, there was another letter. From Morwa. I wasn't sure whether to tell you, but—" "How is he doing?" Hinkle quickly asked. Lymphina sighed. "About as one might expect. But from what Brother Malcolm says, it is doing him good. He is healing." "I'm glad," she said morosely. Lymphina turned to look at her. "You're still fond of him, then?" Hinkle did not meet her gaze, and trotted along in silence. Her heart was still heavy from their parting, and the direction of her life. She wondered how many women entered the convent nearly in tears, ready to weep for what they were giving up, and for who they were leaving behind. She supposed that every nun had dreamed of marriage once, and motherhood, and that they'd all once had lives in the outside world, connections that had been severed with the cutting of their hair and the giving away of their earthly possessions. Her mother had made this same journey. How had she felt on the last leg of the road before she reached the abbey walls? A knight in purple and silver awaited them ahead, his horse bowing low, ears twitching as it nibbled at the grass on the side of the road. As they came nearer, he pointed out over the hills. "It's just there, Your Majesty." Lymphina nodded, and as they clopped past him, Hinkle looked out on the new place that would become her home. Across the rolling fields, on the other side of a meandering stream, the blue and purple peaks of the Bazak Mountains rising behind it, a bell tower and a grey-walled structure with a high sloped roof peeked over the enclosure of trees, struck with a tinge of gold in the late afternoon sun. Some distance away, flocks of sheep grazed on the hills. Excitement stirred in Hinkle's chest as she glimpsed a pair of dark-robed sisters, and she was overwhelmed with a deep sense of familiarity. This was it. This was the place. Morgandale Priory. She had been nervous about her placement at first, worried that she'd need to find the abbey from her vision. But it had been largely out of her hands. She'd undergone intense examination almost as soon as she'd arrived in Amaral and the church caught wind of the events which had transpired. She'd become a celebrity overnight, and soon she could not venture anywhere without an armed escort any more than Lamphina could. It had been decided among the bishops, when they learned of her oath and intention to take the vows, that she would join an order of holy women and live in a convent, but would tour around in the more clement parts of the year, so that all might see the silver spear of Morag and be inspired to greater faith and reverence. The church had denied her request to join the Order of the Sacred Virgins, the order of her mother. Hinkle had thought this would have been the more appropriate choice, but apparently they disagreed. One of the reasons was that given the history of her family and the relationship with the order, it would be best to distance herself from the past. Another reason concerned the details of her vision. Given what she had foreseen, the bishops unanimously agreed that she should join the Sisters of the Thorn. Things happened quickly, and seemed to be moving in a current of their own, and while at first she was anxious about making the right choices, she soon relented and accepted that whatever happened would happen, and she could not be the one to ensure her vision would come true, just as she told Sir Gilkrist. And now, as she rode toward the cozy priory that would be her new place in the world, she could not help grinning, and tears brimmed in her eyes. Everything was working out as it should. The bells were tolling now in the bell tower, and the sisters were coming out to meet them, their faces beaming with excitement and curiosity. They all lined up in front of the gate in their black and white habits and veils, like a platoon ready for inspection. The last to come out was older than the rest. She walked slowly, hands tucked in her sleeves, a steady calmness in her eyes, and peace. Hinkle wished she could know peace like that. "Your Majesty," she said, and she and all the other sisters pressed their hands together and bowed as one. "Mother Prioress," said Lamphina. But as the Reverend Mother raised her eyes, it was not the Queen whom she regarded. "So this is our new postulant," she said, her gaze fixed on Hinkle. "I bid you welcome. I am Mother Irma." "Pleased to meet you. I'm Hinkle, Sister Hinkle." It still sounded strange to her, as strange as it felt to be wearing the veil and habit. And she added, "Guardian of the silver spear of Morag." She had become accustomed to people making a show of reverence when she said this, but Mother Irma made no such display, instead stroking the face and nose of her horse as she looked placidly up at her. "You must know," she said, as if she heard her thoughts, "that I will not bow to you or treat you with any of the honors you will have received in the outside world, for I fear it would be a disservice to you. You are young. You will need someone to guide you as you grow into your vocation, and to console you during the many sorrows you will experience within these walls, especially in your first year, as you grieve for the life you are giving up." She smiled. It was a sad smile, but full of wisdom. "I have heard a little of your story. You will be safe here, and loved, not because you are the keeper of the most sacred object which pierced the heart of the Most High, but because you are His creation. You are most precious in His eyes, and so you will be in ours." Mother Irma touched her hand. "Never be ashamed to weep, for tears are the medicine of the soul. Now come, sister. I will introduce you to the others." She looked to Lymphina, who nodded, and she climbed down from the saddle. And as the mother prioress turned to lead her to the other smiling women, the sun filtered into the courtyard behind them in heavenly rays, and a gentle breeze swept in from the fields, carrying with it a whispering voice. "Hinkle." Time seemed to stop as she felt a strong hand on her shoulder, a touch which reassured her about the times ahead. She knew it was him, even before she looked. King Vashean smiled softly, looking not as the resplendent knight of her visions, but as he had many evenings ago when she had first spoken to him in the cathedral, though there was an aura of golden light like flame about him. She grinned through her tears. "All will be well," she said. "No matter what may come, all manner of things will be well." King Vashean nodded, and there was the sound of bells chiming faintly in the distance. Hinkle shut her eyes and breathed in deep as the warm wind rushed over her with the scent of spring. Out in the meadows surrounding the priory, the purple violets were in bloom.
This has been The Broken Chain, written and narrated by Timothy J. R. Raines.